I keep forgetting I'm getting older. But when I realize it's too late, wanna be young again, do it over. Feel the innocence on my face. I know you don't owe me any favors, but if you did, it would be more time. So if you're listening, Mother Nature, can't you bend your rules? Just say you'll try. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't have the last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sense. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't have the last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sense. Before we know it, we'll all be long gone. It's a burden that we share. Maybe we're better off in the long run, but right now it seems so damn unfair. I wanna know what forever feels like, if it's a paradise or a hell. So can't you help me out just this one time? If it costs my soul, you know I'll sell. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I won't have the last dance. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sense. Say you'll grant me a wish. Say I won't have the last kiss. Say the hourglass in my head is never running out of sense. It's never running out of I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up
Hey there, welcome. As my voice gives out already, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for putting in wows in at wow time. Wow, look at all the really big jets here at Kathmandu. Way too big for where we're going, but we're sim pilots, and it's time to fly. Hey there, welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. I hope you had a good Tuesday and Wednesday and you're all ready for some flying. Make no mistake, the MD-11 is way too big to be fitting into such a small airport, especially with such a tight turn final. But this airplane is just recently released for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. It's an amazing airplane. It's one of our favorites of all time here. And this is one of those things that flight simulator pilots do. We generally like to go and take very, very big airplanes and stuff them into very, very small airports. Real world pilots, of course, they're never going to do this in the real world, but this is what flight sim is. One of the things that flight sim's all about. So this is totally inappropriate. Everything else, we are in VATSIM. If ATC pops online, we may need to pop off, just because this is not the appropriate airplane for the airport we're going to. And of course, you know, like all good pilots of the Caribbean, we like to abide by the code, right? You know, but then again, it's more like guidelines, not actual rules. So there we go. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Gamer Tars just did a resub. Thank you for 30 months. Wow, right out of the box. Thank you for a really nice resub and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. And also, right after that, Ollie just did a resub for 18 months. Almost 2 years, Ollie. And thank you for always being here, especially at the wickedly late hour where it is where you are. So thank you for always coming on in. Yeah, we are flying daytime. This is not a flight for nighttime. And when you see the final turn, you'll get that one. Sphinx Music, yes, we're boldly going where no one should really go in an airplane this ridiculously big. Hi, Inverser, welcome aboard. Captain Chris was, I think, first in here. And yep, yo-ho, a pilot's life for me, or pirates, your choice. And in the middle of all this, Wabi just did the 12th resub, so a whole year for Wabi. And Wabi, thank you for your support, always being in here and always saying hi and being such a fun spy to fly around with. Tim Dog, yeah, we're gonna die on this one, very, very probably. Very, very probably this is going to be that way. If you're wondering, this airplane did get a couple of updates in the past 2 days off that we were flying. Also, nav data, you're going to need to go, and after you do the update, go back into Navigraph Hub and get fresh nav data. Next question is about all of this stuff. You will have nav data for Paro, but because of reasons, the charts are no longer available through Navigraph. So what some folks have gone and done is they have gone and put together a PDF packet of charts for Paro. And so that's kind of what we got over here. I have just put a link in to Spy Discord for the RNAV Zulu, which is the one that we're going to be taking coming into Paro. Okay, so you will get your charts for there. The good news is Navigraph knows that Paro is one of those airports that flight simmers love to fly in. So we have old nav data that we can still use, and you'll find it in your flight management computer. So that's going to work. So Bhutan Airlines has a private company arrival, not for Paro. Oh, really? Captain Chris, no, and I haven't gotten a real update lately from our friends at WinWing. So my guess is it's either lost or stolen. I'm not sure what to expect. We'll see what happens. I'm not getting all upset about it or anything. It's just one of those things that happens. It happened during the holidays. You know, And yeah, it's probably, one of the more expensive things that I bought from them, but I'm also such a huge fan of what they have built so far. I love my WinWing products so far right now, so we'll see what happens. Maybe what I'll do is wait, till this summer or something like that, and or I don't know what, maybe they'll find it. Who knows? But I just don't know at the moment. So Lovis said Bhutan Airlines has a private company arrival not for Paro. Okay. Oh, so they've got that for now, and that's what, proprietary for Bhutan Airlines? So that's what they've got that. Okay. All right. Obviously I haven't had enough coffee, but let's see. What else have we got here? Last secret, and then we'll go get in the airplane and do some flying. And that is, look, big airplanes and small airports, that is a thing with flight simmers. That's what we all do. They just don't want others to fly in there. But Lovis, what happens when there's a big volleyball tournament and we have to have an emergency shipment of Wilson volleyballs going in? I mean, there you go. Hey, Pizza Racer, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. So, a big secret when it comes to flight simmers and very, very big airplanes into very, very small airports. You'll notice that my zero fuel weight here is 451,000 pounds. It's a big airplane. It carries a lot of stuff, right? Notice here, though, that my zero fuel weight is 257,000 pounds. Let's go to the third page of the flight plan here, and you can see that I have one passenger. Yes, there are 3 passenger seats. So you could carry a total of 5 people. There's 5 seats. Excuse me. But look at my bags, cargo, and payload. My payload is 0.3, so 300. It's not a lot, right? It's not a lot. This is a secret to getting your very, very big airplane into a small airport and being able to stop before the big bad fence comes to get you at the end of the runway. So I'm absolutely, this is a fun one. So let's go ahead and get ready to go. SimBrief in its wisdom says we're departing off of runway 20 on the IGRI 1 Alpha 1 Echo departure. That's actually a fun part. I mean, Paro isn't just the arrival; it's the departure from here in Kathmandu. I mean, we get this really, really groovy little loop-de-loop after we take off around the airport and get to shoot it back over here before we hit IGRI and Kimti. So this is one of those cute little departures that's an awful lot of fun too. Fact is, you don't want to engage the autopilot until you probably, past IGRI at this point in time, because it's just so much fun to fly. We do have the latest weather if we decide to come over to airports, and the latest METAR. I'll put that in chat for you. We don't need CTAF or anything like that. So winds right now 130 at 7. At 3, so altimeter 1020. So we got everything we need to do this flight. Shall we hop in the airplane? Roddy, the Paro approach is very cool. Wilson volleyballs. Last Sunday I was watching the movie with my dad. Obviously the best scene on the Memphis airport. By the way, hello. Zebia, Gabriel, welcome aboard, Gabriel. Last I looked, they were departing on runway 2. All right, are we switching runways? Do we need to switch the runways here, or shall we stick with the current plan? So obviously, we do like Wilson volleyballs whenever we are flying a FedEx flight. Of course, the biggest thing that we make sure that we do is make sure that, Tom Hanks is nowhere near the airplane. I mean, if Tom Hanks shows up, those Wilson volleyballs are going to come in pretty handy. So that we can all scream, Wilson! Loviz says we can do whatever we want to do. I think since Loviz has said the real world is departing off of runway 2, it probably makes sense for us to depart off of runway 2 as well. Okay? So to do that, one of the things that we're going to need is to choose the appropriate departure. Man, that sounds really serious. The appropriate departure. Jeez. Okay, it's going to be one of the IGRI departures. But in this case, for runway 2, it's probably going to be the IGRI 1 Delta is what we're going to need. Not as much fun, but still worth flying. So after you blast off, chug, 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 chug out here and around. The one Charlie is the one that you would do to go and loop-de-loop around the airport. And that's just a really, really big loop-de-loop here. So we'll do the one Delta, as Lovis just says. Let's see. Mark Ramius just did a sub, became a Twitch Prime subscriber. Thank you for being a Twitch Prime subscriber. Welcome aboard. Let's see. Kuma, you locked outside of your house. Uh-oh, I hope you can get in. Can you quickly explain how to set STD? It says on the dash, pull for STD. You can't figure it out. Yeah, I'll do that. Bad Hog, we're going to get to that in just a minute. Let's climb in the cockpit and do our thing. Captain Chris says runway 2. So runway 2 it is. All right, into the cockpit we go. Such a great airplane. I think that what it is it says pull. So if you take a look here, you see how if you look at the dial here, and you can see my pointer, you see that in the middle of this there is a little circle, so you can dial it up and down. But you see in the middle it becomes a finger. That's what you do is give it the finger. So just push the little button there, and that's going to pull it for standard altimeter. All right, that's how it works. Will we see Mount Everest? Oh, yes, we will. Hi, Austin. Mr. Goldenberg, welcome aboard. You finished with work for the weekend. You're ready for the weekend. Well, the weekend starts right here. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Let's get the airplane going here. So let's get our SimBrief flight plan. And it's FedEx MD, so we're going to be flying in pounds. I've already got my doors, pretty much open. If you want a little bit more, immersion, you could open the big old cargo door. So here comes our big old cargo door as that opens up. Mr. Gray got game. You can also left click on the mouse wheel and that will pull the knob, and right click for push. Okay. Mr. Gray, I didn't know you could do that with this one. I know you could do it with other airplanes. I didn't know that you could do that with this plane. I do have a ground power unit plugged in. Wheel chocks are in place. And as you saw, the 1L door is open. Let's come on over here and power up the airplane and see if Betty's going to fly with us. Okay, let's come on in here. And the first step is the battery. Here's the on switch for an airplane. Battery is on. Next step, come on over here. External power. And let's check Betty. Betty is aboard. Hey, Betty. Let's come on here and arm electrical power, the emergency electrical power. Come down here. We need emergency exit lights in case your pilot punches the wrong button. We will need to do some refueling, so no smoking goes to on. Nav lights go to on. And I always like to add a little bit of integrated lighting. It just makes it easier to read everything on the instrument panel. And then after that, we'll come over and also turn up this dial over here. To get the integrated lighting, that's the one with the big white lever on it. And then I usually turn it up about halfway during the day, sometimes a little brighter. And of course, as you're powering up an airplane, the master caution light's going to go off. I mean, it goes off if someone's in the bathroom, for crying out loud, and flushes the toilet. So everything's looking good here. Let's go ahead. Real world pilots do a little bit of a check of a few things before they even turn power on. As soon as I get the power on, I always just go ahead and move my stick around. And I move my throttles up and down just to make sure that none of my big USB cable things have gone and disconnected. It has happened before. I was on a runway once, I think it was a Frankfurt Friday, and my USB side stick disconnected, and I didn't know it, and we're hurtling down the runway and I can't take off. The secret was I was able to use trim and take off and then replug it, but it was a little bit messy. It was a little bit messy. Active database, December through 21 January. That looks good. Flight plan init. Now we can come back over here, and our flight plan is aboard from SimBriefs. So let's go ahead, and the flight plan should be aboard right now. And there it is. So VNKT to VQPR. Our alternate today, and I do suggest you have your PDF nearby. This airplane does not display the flight plan in the EFB, so that's the way to see that. Let's see. CE Jobber, did I say that right? When I set the speeds, everything is filled out, and stays white instead of magenta. Are you remembering to hit the profile page and the nav page? The nav buttons on the autopilot. That might be it. That's right, Endemic, it is important in flight simmers. Mark 4 DeLorean? Hello, welcome aboard. Final math test for the year. Your mom got me donuts, and you get to watch Spy. Hey, welcome aboard. I hope you did okay on your test. That was really good. Good to see you. Let's see, Mountain Man. I think that there was an update recently, Mountain Man. And the update on the JSON file was you go and update the airplane. You have to go into Navigraph Hub, re-update your Navigraph Hub, and it's supposed to work without having to do the JSON file. I think that's it. Sea Jobber, I'm about ready to go and do those things, so watch along and let's see if I'm doing something that you're not, or something along those lines, okay? Congratulations on finishing the test. All right, let's go. The cops have to do a report and watch while they get the firemen to open the door. Oh my gosh. Man, I've been locked out once in my life. I've never done it again. I really make sure that I've got, and I always keep an extra key in my wallet basically, so I never deal with that. Okay, so alternate VYMD. VYMD is our alternate. And we are an FDX flight 441. And then I usually stop at the flight number on these airplanes, and then we have to come on up here. And we're going to come up here and we're going to do nav 1 IRS's on and wait for the cargo fire test. Okay, that looks really good. Now we'll do IR number 2 and then the auxiliary. And so we got those 3 on, and then please, I forget it all the freaking time, do initialize IRS. Gotta do it, otherwise you'll sit and wait for 7 minutes. Hi Hydrospace, welcome aboard. Tim Dog sending donuts for Mark 4 DeLorean. Finishing your math test, that's awesome. Don't go to Central Lisbon, okay? How much is the MD-11? Roddy, it is a $70 airplane to purchase new. If you've already purchased it, though, it's $5 to upgrade it to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. But you had to have purchased it for 2020. Cruise flight. I got flight level 390. I'm only going to go to flight level 350. And we're going to go with a cost index of 109. And there's our cost index of 109. All right, come on down here. All of that looks good. Page 2. Zero fuel weight. The actual zero fuel weight. Let's go ahead and load the plane. So, load. The airplane is loaded, and let's go to the payload page. And it's really kind of hard to see here. Zero fuel weight is 257.3. That matches the flight plan. So 257.3 is your zero fuel weight. The sim was supposed to load 36,900 pounds of fuel. We have 36.9, so that's correct. So 36.9 is our block fuel. Block fuel is groovy. Next thing to do is just for center of gravity, just click the button next to it, because I don't know where you go to find the actual center of gravity. It's not, I don't know if it's on the flight. I don't think it's on the flight plan, and it doesn't appear to be in the EFB, so I don't know. Kuma, see you in about 2 hours. Justice is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Okay, according to the flight plan, we have got 1,500 pounds of taxi fuel. It's a big heavy metal airplane. It needs a lot of taxi fuel. Route reserve is 3.6. 3.6 is your route reserve. Alternate, you don't do alternate. It yelled at me about insufficient fuel, but I think that once you put in your final time, at that point, it should be okay. 5.1 is our final reserve, and that buys us 40 minutes of fuel, so we're in good shape there. Blue Idol just did a resub, and it's 28 months over 2 years. Thanks, Blue Idol. Welcome aboard. Thank you for 2 months of support and helping me to keep the lights on in this goofy little world. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Setting up the ILS on an Airbus and the flight info with the weather and temp. Does it give you the queue number, what you should use in your McDo? Oh, you're talking about the altimeter setting that you put in there. You take that from the METAR or the weather or the ATIS or something like that, Mr. Gray. If you're talking about the altimeter setting. Thanks, Blue Idol. And Mr. Jazz is here, keeping us jazzy. And we are already nice and jazzy today. Get your block fuel again, 36.9. Go to page 3 and just plug 36.9 in your refuel quantity and you should be good. Okay. We are planning runway 15 for the arrival. So 15 should be our arrival runway. And that's usually the one that's the most fun, Captain Chris. All right, let's go and do F plan. Okay, so here we go, flight plan. Let's do VNKT and SID. Runway change. Loviz says they are on the real world of runway 2, and it's going to be the IGRI 1 Delta departure. So IGRI 1 Delta is the departure, and we're coming out at KMT. If you're new to all this flight sim stuff, all of these really silly little words that we're using like IGRI and KMT, those are waypoints in the sky, special points that have a latitude and longitude that we're able to use in the flight management computer. Justice, live on Saturday, yes. 1800 Zulu. I think I found some sort of VATSIM something going on. Oh, I forgot the A in Paris. Let's do that. So Saturday, there's a VATSIM event in Iceland. It's a fire and ice event. So Keflavik to Akureyri, I think. I don't know. BIKF to BIAR. And that's always the arrival is always a good one. But there's a VATSIM event there on Saturday. We've got an event, I believe, in Vegas on Saturday. There's an event in Atlanta on Friday, and there's a double VATSIM event, Paris and Frankfurt. So we got a double VATSIM event, and then Monday we're departing out of Ben Gurion to get back to Greece. So that's Akureyri. Sphinx music, Akureyri. So the 2 R's. Okay, let's come on in here. Thank you for that. Kimchi, and then Tumley and Subsu. That close enough. Thank you for close enough. Thank you for close enough. Okay, VQPR, Paro. We are going to do the star. And the arrival is the Arnav Zulu for runway 15. We're doing the Subsu 1 arrival. And it's Subsu 1 via... let's see... There are no vias. That's right. Didn't do a via here. Okay, so there's a selection here that you do for an RNAV approach. Min profile, and it's a T. I have to admit, I have no idea what that is. I thought that was like minimums for the arrival. Well, I tried to put minimums for the arrival in, and that didn't work. But I did put in 10,000. And 10,000 works. So 10,000 works for that, but as far as minimums for the arrival, if we come over here, minimums for a category C are 10320. Well, maybe let's try that one. 10320. Let's see if it'll take that number. Well, it took that. I didn't think to do that one. I just put in like 13,800. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's supposed to be your minimums call out or something. But again, I don't know what that one is, and I should learn. And let's insert that one. And we should have a flight plan. Oh, an important safety tip on this one. For RNAVs, you have to insert it twice. But we also need to put in the transition here of PR888, okay? then we can go and finish that up. So you got to hit that button twice, otherwise it just sort of sits there. Hi, Michael. Welcome aboard. It is cold where Tim Dog is. It's -8 degrees Celsius and an inch of snow. Tim Dog, it's almost 60 degrees here in Big Sky Country in the middle of freaking January. Very, very unusual. It's very warm all across the state right now. I mean, it is shorts and sandals weather here at Spy HQ at the moment. Just, you know, not a flake of snow. Yeah, summer's here early, I guess. Okay, so all of this looks good, takeoff and approach, but we got a few things to do in the cockpit here. So the first thing that I like to do is come on down here and hit the hydraulic button. If you remember Inga's walk around of the MD-11 in Lufthansa Cargo said, always look for hydraulic leaks. That's a big deal. Look for the hydraulic leaks. And the way that you do that is you come on over and you run the hydraulic pressure test before you get started. It's cold in Chicago, but the pizza is always so warm, right? Flying Winnebago? Tim Dog says there's more snow coming tonight. And Sphinx Music has snow and a cold plunge and now rain. Yeah, a week or so ago, somebody came into chat and said at Frankfurt they had a big snow and then a bunch of rain which washed all the snow away. I think that was Hunter Girl coming in. Okay, you see it's pressurizing a system here. And you're supposed to do this while one of the pilots is out doing the walk around so that they can kind of look and see, is there a hydraulic leak? Hi, Gwen Kongala, welcome aboard. So that's when you do that. All right, so all of this looks great. Let's go ahead and start closing doors. So services, close the big old cargo door here. And there's the big old cargo door closing. And we're fully loaded with hardly anything at all. Sphinx Music says the rain there does not wash away the snow. It makes skating conditions for everyone, especially in the car, right, Sphinx Music? Especially in cars and trucks and buses. My tablet is indeed a little on the dark side. I may need to find a way to fix that. Let's go ahead and close the passenger door, the 1L passenger door. And these doors were motorized, and they kind of popped down from the top on this airplane. That was kind of cool. And then from there, we can go to GSX, and we're going to prepare for pushback and departure. And what that'll do is put a pushback truck in there, and you'll see eventually the stairs will retract and go away. And that's kind of cool. Yep, there they're already going. And there's our crew chief. There's the wing walkers. Hi, crew chief. Yes, we are, but we still got stuff to do in here. So the hydraulic test is done. We're going to start up the APU now. So APU is getting started. Over here, the altimeter here at Triphaven is 1019. It dropped. So baro set is 1019. Oh, you got to switch to hectopascals. 1019. There we go. That looks really good. Our departure heading off the runway is on runway 2. It's 022 degrees. So 022 degrees is that number. 022. I'm just going to go ahead and clear myself up to my final cruise, which was flight level 350, and everything else is looking good too. Okay, there was a question now about speeds and stuff. Ready? So here's a couple of things we need to do, but let's come on over here, and we're going to go, it's going to be nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
We will, hang in there. All right, let's do payload. No, let's do performance for takeoff. Fly, let's see, Gwen Kongala, scared to take the plane? Hey, yeah, I think it's perfectly ready. I'm planning to take it on Frankfurt Friday tomorrow night. I know. Not very smart of me, but I'm taking this one on Frankfurt Friday, and I have no fear. You could turn that up, the screen up a little bit in brightness. Okay, let's stop and we'll do the screen. I thought it was like an automatic thing. It's kind of being a brat. One of the things I've noticed is this is the electronic flight bag here, the iPad, gets a little bit cranky. I know, I can hardly see it too, so it's not just you. Runway 2, weather information, takeoff weights, and calculate. Okay, so the first thing I usually do is flaps. Wow, only flaps 10. Flaps 10. So we're going to put in flaps 10 here. There's flaps 10. Let's also come on over here and do dial a flap. And flaps are dialed into 10. Okay, next thing is our flex temperature, and we're going to flex to 57 degrees. 57 degrees is our flex. T-Bird's back with a resub. Hi, T-Bird. Thank you for a tier 3 resub. T-Bird has been here for 65 months and has been a super supporter of the Spy Flight. And one of those that's really helping to keep me going and keep the live stream online. Thank you so much, T-Bird. But also thank you for always coming in and putting in the latest fun emotes to keep us all smiling. Okay, now then, next step, let's go get our speeds. No, wait a minute. We've got to do slope and wind. So our slope is going to be plus 0.7, and our tailwind, it's a tailwind, so it's -1. So plus 0.7 plus 0.7 slash -1 for a tailwind. It's a little weird about how that sets up. So we got to pop that in. Also our temperature. Our temperature is 9 degrees Celsius. Uh-oh. This has happened to me a few times before. And somehow it takes over my mouse, and trying to release it becomes a problem. It just takes over the keyboard, and I always have a hard time getting rid of it. And there's a way to do it, and I never remember. And this really, I mean, it totally does. It totally pulls out my keyboard. It totally takes care of everything. I can't do anything. Yeah, I can't change a view. I can't change the view. All of my views are locked out. Hectopascals. What was it? 1019? Yeah, see, it's locked into the hectopascals, and I can't get rid of it. Mitar, SPBA, hi PS Morandi. Humber, you are on Twitch, so that means scroll down a little bit from the window that you're watching on Twitch and look below, and that should do it. Oh, man, I forget this is such a pain in the butt. See, I can't even control my side stick anymore. This has happened once before, and I don't know how to release it. Yeah, I tried to do enter, so I took the pressure. I can enter these. So 1019, it won't let me tab. I mean, it'll let me tab over here, but I can't do anything with it. Escape won't work. I think if oh man, I don't remember how to do this. Will that enter work? No. I mean, it's totally taken control. I don't even have the mouse on my screen anymore. Click the X in the on-screen keyboard. I can't click anything. All I can do is type. Alt F4. Did I just turn it off? Frack. Okay, I get to restart the whole thing. I get to restart the whole damn airplane. I don't know what that is, but there we go. Sorry about this, folks. Disconnect the mouse and reconnect it. Yeah, Alt F4. Something went wrong launching your game. Of course it did. Yeah, Alt F4 quits everything, right? All right, sorry about this. Let's try it again. Very annoying, I know. The game is already, this game is already running. Apparently, it's still locked into something. I'm going to have to go to Task Manager. Let's see. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Where is it? MSF, Microsoft, text input, hardware. Oh, man, it's not there anymore at all. Oh, okay, finally it seems to be working here. Okay, sorry about this departure delay. Did you type anything with your keyboard? I don't know. I honestly don't remember how it is that I get into that little problem. But it does happen, and there's literally, I don't think, any way at all to get out of it. Maybe I could have undone my mouse, I don't know. Okay, so we get to sit here and chitter chatter for just a little bit. Delayed for technical reasons. Ollie did. That's right. Ollie had a technical flight. I paid for the eCam today. Only the gear piece to go. Any news on your throttles? I don't know. I put a couple of polite messages into their chat. I guess we could go and just look and see if there's anything there. I put a few polite messages into their chat. They'll say they'll look into it, but let's see what's happening. Evening, Jim bought the eCam today. The only gear piece to go. Any news on your... Yeah, Jim... oh, I just read that. Sorry. Let's go log into WinWing and see what's going on. Landy, no, I probably was busy trying to do stuff. Have you looked at your WinWing tracking information? It appears it was returned to sender. I haven't. Let's see. So just looking, they have not messaged me back. Let's go ahead and look at that tracking like you said. Let's see what it says. Let's go to Info WinWing Store. And just looking at mine right now. Your item was delivered. Nope. The last thing that I have is my item was delivered to the front desk. This is 17 track. Well, this has changed now. It says your item was delivered to the front desk, reception area, or mail room. And this, it says it was 12/29. Now it says something completely different. They've updated this. I wonder if I should go to the office. Oh, that's right, Landy. You were the one that helped me through all of this. Mine says now that it was delivered 12/29 of 2025. I mean, that would take like 10 minutes. That would take like 10 minutes for me to go over there and do that. I mean, you don't really want me to just walk away from the live stream for 10 minutes, do you? Go? Okay, let's go see if it's at the office. It's going to take about 10 minutes. The sim will go. I'll let you know what happens. Give me 10 minutes. Be right back. Hello. Well, that was a long walk. Actually, it doesn't look like it's here. Went back in there to the office. It's not there. It's not in the mailroom. Don't know where it is. So, don't know what to tell you. It was sure exciting for a moment there. It apparently got updated. Yeah, it apparently got updated a few times. Maybe this was the wrong one, Landy. I'll send you what it is that I looked at. Maybe I've got the wrong one here. But no, there wasn't there. I think it was stolen, so we'll see. Let's see. Let me just go pop this over. I have it over for... Let's see. Where is Landy on this one? Almost done with all this silly stuff and we could go and do flying. All right. So Landy, well, that's different. Yours is different. So that was, all right. Okay, so what I was is I ordered a desk mount. All right, I figured it out. Here we go. So ordered a desk mount. This is the desk mount, and this one did arrive. So that's really good. Now then, what Landy was pointing out, and Landy did have this because Landy really helped me figure it out. This one says it has been returned to the sender. So my guess is, yeah, my guess is that it's gone back to the sender. So what I'll do is message our friends at WinWing and say it's been returned to you. And what can we do to get it back out the gate? And that's enough of that. Let's fly our airplanes. It's been frustrating, but oh well, let's see what happened. But Landy, yeah, so what that one was is that was the desk clamp. Okay, let's do an airplane ride. Otherwise, we'll forget how to fly an airplane. VNKT. Absolutely crazy, isn't it? I think that it is progress that it got returned to them. So the fact that it has been returned to them means that they could probably send it back out. Okay, VATSIM radar. Nobody's there. Let's get ourselves a gate and go. And let's come on down here. We'll see what happens. Thanks, Wabi. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Did you see my message about the EFB and the number pad? I left the apartment and I raced down to the office and raced back. So Tim Dog, no, he got stuck in the EFB and someone told him to Alt F4. Yes. And I might have messed that up, Tim Dog. So if you told me what to do, I wonder if the issue is because you used the number pad for chase plane. I've tried to turn loud airplane. I've tried to eliminate all of the number pad buttons. Shift C. Okay, I need to recycle. Let's recycle Volanta. And let's change the time. It could be that, Tim Dog. Thank you for your patience on while I go running around. That was a little crazy. Okay, let's do the cloud. We don't need to do GSX stuff right now. So you hit custom and roll the clock back. There we go. I'm nervous. Look, Crythor, I don't know what happened. This is the first time that I've seen any kind of a delivery problem with WinWing. Yes, I know that they're in the middle of a bunch of different things, you know, and we've got the tariff wars and a bunch of other silly stuff going on. But except for this, the deliveries have all been good, and the products are really, really great. So Crythor, just because I'm having a problem, I don't think you're going to have a problem either. Oh, really? Is there... I'm not on Facebook. I got off of there about 4 years ago and haven't looked back. Well, I had to go back in and create a temporary account because somebody was stealing the live stream and posting it on their page, claiming to be a spy, and they weren't. But yeah, I've had a half a dozen deliveries, Crythor, and I haven't had a problem. No scopes. Did I say that right? Thanks for the follow. Okay, let's see if we can't make this happen fast. Okay, dispatch. There's dispatch. And I'm trying to click. Okay, clicking it, put it in the middle, so that works. Load the flight plan. Flight plan is loaded. Let's do battery. We're going to do some touch and goes after this. So that's something for new pilots. Nav. Okay, everything looks good to go there. Watch, now there's nothing on the flight management computer. Hey, there it is. Yeah, I've had good deliveries, so what I had to do is I had to go and say, hey, it's back at your office. So if they tried to, so what they did is it allegedly arrived the Monday before Christmas, and it didn't, or I don't think it got there by noon. And then after it got there, so the office was closed, and it's just been kind of in limbo. This is actually really nice. That means it hasn't been stolen, which I think is great. So maybe this'll all work out. We'll see. Let's see. Alternate flight plan VYMD. VYMD. So maybe at the rate things are going, it'll be here in time. It'll be here in time for next Christmas. I think that'll be a great pre-Christmas present. And that looks good. Let's go up here. We need to do nav. Wabi says it's crowded airspace. Senor Tomas, welcome aboard. Okay, all of those are good. And I said flight level 350. Cost index is 109. And that's great. Initialize. IRS is initialized. Page 2. Page 2. Let's set payload and fuel. And let's go to payload. Payload is 257.3. 257.3 is 0 fuel weight. Fuel is 3.69. 3.69 is block fuel. It will say insufficient fuel, but we'll be fine after we add in the last numbers. Let's see. Crythor wants the Honeycomb Bravo. Paro Thursday. Tim Dog has the Honeycomb Bravo. So does Loviz. Everybody that I know that has the Honeycomb Bravo is a very happy camper. A very happy sim pilot. Okay, 1.5 is taxi. Route reserve is 3.6. 3.6. And that goes over there. Let's see. Extra final time is 5.1. 5.1. And that looks good. Let's see. 3.7 and 3.7. 3.7 is reset fuel. I don't know if it's that important. We'll go ahead and run the hydraulic pressure test. It's probably not important, but there we go. Let's see. Crythor is going to get the 777 and MD-11 kits for it too. Oh, for your Bravo? You know, there's people that have those kits, and then they will retrofit their Honeycomb Bravos with that, and it's really pretty cool. Runway 2, it's the IGRI 1 Delta is the new one. Igri 1 Delta. And that looks good. Oh, we're transitioning out at Kimti. And that looks great. Coming in. And there's our departure. Subsu, VQPR. Our star, it's going to be Arnav Zulu runway 15. It's the Subsu arrival. Minimums, we decided that does work for our airplane. 10320. 10320. I think that's what that means. I got no idea. And transition. We should have a transition in here. Bogbo. Arnav Zulu. Subsu. I did have, why can't I put in 888? Oh, you have to go and put that RNAV and click it twice. That's why. PR 888 and insert. Okay, that's ready to go. Sunjammer's here with a beer, and boy, could I use one today. Okay, APU's coming on up. That looks good. Let's go to takeoff and approach. Start closing up some doors here. Services. And we're going to close the 1L door. 1L door is closing. APU is starting, I hope. Okay, yeah, the A320 will have detents. And you can feel detents. Okay, all of this looks great. And APU is still firing up here. Boy, it's taken a lot longer to start the APU. It's flat. Ah, there it goes. And let's get the APU bleed on. We'll do performance. Set. Runway 2. Information. Takeoff weight. Calculate. Looking good. 1019. Hectopascals. 1019. Good. Okay. Headwind. It's plus 0.7 plus 2. Plus 0.7 slash plus 2. Wow, earlier it was a tailwind. Now it's a headwind. Go figure. Flaps 10. Flaps 10. Be sure you don't forget dial a flap. Dial a flap. There we go. That looks good. 7 degrees Celsius. 7 degrees Celsius. Speeds for takeoff. Wow. 127, 127, 155. 127. 127. 155. Looking good. The heading on departure is 022 degrees. 022 is our heading. I don't want to exceed 210 on the departure. And we're clearing ourselves up to flight level 350. No ATC, so we can go ahead and do that. Flight level 350. APU is up and available. Ground power is going off. Ground power is going off. Doors are closed. Payload. No, let's do services. So services. GPU disconnect. Oh, I meant to get a better view for parking brakes. Wheel chocks are clear. And I think we're almost ready to go. Hey there, Diamond Mike. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. APU is good. Now we'll have GSX push us back. And prepare for pushback and departure. Turn off the little cloud. There we go. All right. Let's see. Ignition goes to A. Cabin signs go to on. Everything else is good up there. We didn't do the fire
Paro,
tests.
Captain. We are ready for pushback.
We'll probably be okay on that one. We are clearly run into another group going into Paro. It was on final. I had to go around because somebody's on the runway. Uh-oh. Wow. So everybody's coming to Paro today. Okay, all of this looks great. This looks great. Let's go ahead and squawk 2000. And we are squawking 2000, so that looks good. Boy, I hope I brought enough fuel for go-arounds and stuff. That could be bad. This looks good. Let's get on frequency. 122.8. 122.8. That looks great. Get the radio on. The radio is on. Anybody behind me? I think I'm the only one here. I'm so late. Good evening, MFS. Thank you for coming in today. Diamond Mike was doing air cargo out of Copenhagen. And that looks good over there. Go to progress on that one. And it's going to be nose, left, tail, right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Let's come on over here. I think I'm just going really, really fast. FMS, plan init, and init page 2, init page 3. I think we're aligning just fine. Let's see. Performance. Menu. FMC. Page 2. Aircraft status. Oh yeah, you hit position ref, then the next page, and the IRUs are aligned. Okay, we're good to go with that. Yeah, there we go. All set, ready. I think it's time to go. Finally, right? All right, beacon's going on. Beacon is now on. Parking brakes are on. Services. Chocks are clear. I think we can go. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push.
Here we
All
go.
engines clear. Start at will.
Okay, engines are beyond the crew line. Starting engine number 3. Engine number 3 starts. There goes the N2. 6, 7, 8, 9. Oil pressure steady. Temperature's starting to go up a little bit. 18%. 16, 17, and starting engine number 3. Here comes engine 3. The crew chief stopping. That's a good indicator that the pushback is almost done when the crew chief stops walking. Look at that. That's supposed to be the size of a real human next to this monster airplane.
Parking brakes.
And parking brakes are set.
Blocking gear.
Oh, the video on this airplane that I like? Sure, I think I'll have to find it. It's on YouTube, Diamond Mike. Doesn't like my zero fuel weight at the moment. It's probably because it's so low. 18% and fuel.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass been removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
There's a series of 4 videos, and it's with these two, Inga and Claudia, doing Lufthansa cargo. And you know, they were really thorough. Explained how everything works and all that. There's a gear pin. There's a wave, starting engine number 2. And engine starts. Oil in the other engines looks good. Tim Dog took the trash out and it's like really cold. Yeah, it's incredibly warm here. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, fuel. Hi, Ministry. And we're going to have to do a back taxi on this one too. No way around that. Okay, so there was a question at the beginning of the live stream, and if you're still here, man, hats off to you for putting up with all sorts of annoying, you know, hurry up and wait. Your question was, these speeds are still white, right? How do you turn those over to hot pink? Okay, we got our engines all nice and started. So come on up here, and we're gonna turn off the APU bleed, and the APU will shut itself down. Come on down here, and we're going to do flaps, and it goes down to the dial-a-flap indent, and then we're going to come over here and do auto brakes to takeoff. Speed brakes are armed, and then finally, this is what you were looking for. What you were looking for over here was hit FMS speed, hit nav, and then finally hit profile. And with profile, eventually your speeds are going to turn pink. You've already got the profile is armed, and once you get your thrust set, I believe that takes care of it. I believe that takes care of it. I'm not sure. Let's see what happens. TARA. Landing lights going on. Let's get ready to rumble. Parking brakes going off. And away we go. Oh, flying Winnebago. Giselle is waiting for us at Paro. All 3 engines up to get us rolling, and then the engine wings down to idle. Ich bin Jets Leo. Did I say that? I am Jets Leo. Hi, ich bin Jets Leo. Just knocking on the door. Thanks for knocking on the door and saying hi. Welcome aboard. Thank you for a 15-month resub. Very, very nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. Crythor says that they're going to put some of these back in the sky. That'd be neat. White means that I have okay, all right, so this is different. I manually entered them as opposed to the FMS speeds. Really? Boy, did I have that wrong. Duffy Wings, thank you. I thought they would turn pink as soon as we started. We got our the thrust was set. But that Duffy Wings knows better. White means that we've manually entered. Kathmandu traffic, FedEx 441s and MD-11 backtracking on runway 02 and taking off. Kathmandu. Thank you, Duffy Wings, and thank you for setting it straight. I definitely appreciate the fact that you did that. Okay, don't want to ever do misinformation. GT Boy. Hi, GT Boy. And keep going. Thanks for beer chairs. Well, there's still some. There are some cargo companies. I believe that FedEx still has some MD-11s, and so does UPS. I think Lufthansa Cargo has gotten rid of all of theirs. Mark Floridian or DeLorean. Hey, Mark, you got to go to class right now? Hey, thanks for coming in. We'll see you in a little bit. Thanks for waiting while we were doing all the wait and stuff. NATO says Western Global Airlines also has these airplanes. Mountain Man, yeah, somebody was saying in chat just a little bit ago that some of the owners of MD-11s are going to be popping them back into service soon. And then someone said, well, I guess there aren't that many, and it was FedEx and UPS that we know of. And then NATO said that there's another one called Western Global Airlines has MD-11s too. Traffic, data, airports. Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be a little bit longer for UPS and FedEx on this bird. Yeah, I imagine we're waiting for the FAA. Western Global, NATO says Western Global has 10 to 15 MD-11s still in biz. Cactus Bravo, I don't know how big this, it wasn't huge. I think it downloaded in less than 5 minutes, and I don't have that great of an internet here. You're going to pick it up tonight, Flying Winnebago? So I put in a link just a little bit ago. If you'd like to see some real-world pilots start up and fly the airplane, this is the one that we're always talking about. I just popped it in again. And I watched all 4 of those videos like a hawk taking notes, and that's how I learned how to fly simulated MD-11s. That's how I learned to fly these things. Well, Mountain Man, you'd also, one of the other things that you would know is taxiing these things. Taxiing something like this that's so far ahead of, the nose wheel has got to be really weird. Duffy says, by the way, click auto flight before takeoff. Then at 70%, the auto throttle takes over. All right, let's do what Duffy said. So ready? Auto flight. Auto flight is armed. Shall we get going? Landing lights on. Landing lights are on. Nope, I did them the wrong way. They go down on this airplane. All right, here we go. All 3 engines going up.
Stabilizer. 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 Stabilizer.
Oh, I forgot to set trim for takeoff. Trim is supposed to be 5.3. V1, hands off the throttles. We're flying. And rotate. Boy, the flight directors could really be your friend here. Except, of course, when that gets in the way. Auto flight, let's get that going early. We're busy. Hey, bye DeLorean or Florian, thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. And 10,000 feet, landing lights, nose light, cabin signs to auto. Are we ready for flaps 15? No, because we got a speed restriction of 220, so that's why they need to stay out. Hi, Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike is trying the Eurofighter today. How many euros does that cost? Sorry, kidding. Speed's now coming up. Still have a little flap out. Still have slats out. Hey, we haven't scratched the wings on the ground yet. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Flaps going up. Speed's coming up too, like a good airplane. Diamond Mike says it could cost a couple of cups of coffee. Expensive coffee, you know, coffee that has that glitter stuff that you put in food, the gold glitter or something like that. I'm going to try to avoid doing the couple cups of coffee. Yeah, boy, if I'm ever a guest there at, you know, PMDG HQ, it better be some of the best coffee in the world. I doubt with all of my snark, though, they're gonna would even let me in the same city. Okay, so far so good. Speed's coming on up.
Stabilize their motion.
Betty is still aboard, folks. Hi, Mustache, bonsoir. That's right, you do get free pens, though. Thanks, Tim. The really cool PMDG pen. Let's see, Bass Hat is back again. Am I having trouble with the window blinds? No, but I have not flown this as a passenger plane. So if there is a problem with the window blinds, I don't know about it. Transition going out is 13,500 feet, so standard altimeter. So somebody was asking, just press the center of it And that should give you standard altimeter. The center of the black dial there. That's right, they had them at Flight Sim Expo, didn't they? Okay, so we made it. All right, after takeoff items, auto brakes, disarm the speed brakes. I love the clunk on the speed brakes. And in those videos that I sent the links to, as they're taking off, watch the captain. She just kind of goes clunk. You know, just kind of doesn't punch him down. It's not hard, but it's a fairly firm clunk on turning those off. It's really kind of fun to watch them fly this monster airplane. Okay, all that looks good, all is right with the world. Check the zero fuel weight. Yes, we are flying very, very light today. And out we go over there. And we get a little bit of cruise. Volleyball's on the way. I think it will, Everest does show up. We have to get a little bit closer here. So I think it's going to be more over here. "24,000 feet. Everything looks good here. So over here, we got all of our lights set. Logo lights are off. Nav lights are on. Begin. And that looks great too. Hey Rangi, welcome aboard. We are being crazy sim pilots today. We're being crazy because it's something that sim pilots do. They like to fly very big airplanes into very small airports. I'm sure I'm the only one that needs this, but there is the ADIS for Paro. If you would like a copy of the file that I use for charts, because charts are not available now in Navigraph for Paro, there is a PDF that somebody has put together, and I just put a link over on Discord if you would like the PDF. I was just gonna go, and while we're in cruise, do a quick notice to our friends at WinWing that, hey, it's been apparently returned. Would you mind shipping it out again? All right, just putting a little thing in there, and I basically said, hey,
Altitude.
okay, hopefully that takes it. Okay, I just included that notice. We'll see what WinWing says. Maybe it will get here. Let's log out, clear that, clear that, clear that, and concentrate on sim flying now. Thank you for noticing, Landy. That was really nice of you. Thank you for telling me what you saw. And maybe we'll, get to do that at some point. Okay. Okay, we're at our final cruising altitude. We're coming up on Tumley. Let's see, over to performance. Top of descent is 82 miles away, so that's not bad. Let's go and do a little bit of... I'm glad you like landing in Lukla. My Lukla is always really bad when we go to Lukla. Okay, VNKT. And there is Paro. All right, looks like we got one airplane in Paro, so I missed the mad dash. So all of that looks good. All right, heavy weather and Jolly safely landed in Paro, watching a lot of times real pilots. Well, the real pilot's gonna make it look easy because they're experts. But I agree, it's fun to watch those arrivals going into Paro. As much as I want to wait for the force feedback rudder pedals from wind control, I think I'm going to get the Moza wind control timing. It just takes forever. I don't know. I really kind of want, if this does arrive, I'm going to go and redo my order. If they say they're going to reship it, then I'm going to go redo my order for the landing gear lever. I'd like that one to come out. Firebird, I had some at one point. We've changed a bunch of stuff, and I don't think that I've ever really updated the store or anything like that. So it's probably all gone by now. Maybe at some point in time I'll go and snag one, but get that going again. All right, trying to go and get Volanta going again. Okay, Volanta's being a brat. Firebird wants some 757 mugs. My information is not working. Yeah, the Volanta isn't working. I'm having to restart that. Thank you. We'll try it again. There we go. We got Volanta going. That way they can record my pathetic landing rate. Mr. Gray says that Moza has great flight gear coming out. All right, let's see. Minimums for this airport. Minimums are going to be 10320. That's going to probably take a lot of just cranking around here. Minimums. Barrow. This is going to take forever. 10320. There's 300. Sadly, you can't just hold and click this one. Firebird would want a 757 mug. I did have them at one point. It's something that I haven't spent an awful lot of time trying to do. You know, as last year was kind of a rough year. But this year so far is doing relatively good, so I could get back into that. 10320. Oh, that's 103. That's going to be 10,000 freaking feet. Oh my gosh, this is going to take forever. I'm going to reset it to 200. What is... .2956 is the radar altimeter. Why don't we just do radar altimeter? $2,956. Let's do that. 2956. That's about as good as it's going to get. Let's see. Camex says AnyBuild's A340 is out via AnyManager. Well, that was one of the things I was kind of waiting to see if we wanted to check out at some point in time. Generally, it seems to me that everybody that's gotten the A340 has been really happy with that. It's a really big airplane. Let's see. Initial descent is over here, and it's going to be 17. Well, wait. Nope. There's one more plates in there. So page 25 is the star. And page 25 at Subsu, there isn't. So 17,000 feet is a very good altitude. And I really don't like to let it go below that on this one. So let's do 17,000 feet as our initial descent. There we go. That looks good. Hi, Polar Bear. Welcome aboard. A lot of people have been doing Elevate X. Tracking is buggy. It's not as smooth. One of the big options, one of the big advantages, I think, to them doing that, using Elevate X is, I think one of the big advantages is it doesn't load down your computer as much. It's got a smaller footprint, and I think that's it. Thanks, Cole. Cole Carey. Yep, we got it going. All right, everything looks good. Top of descent is 20 miles out. Polar Bear, not a problem. I appreciate you sending that and telling you. I haven't done it yet. I was going to do it one day just to see what it was like. And there was a bunch more stuff to set up in there. And if there's a bunch of setup stuff that I just don't have time to set up, I kind of chicken out. And so I didn't set it up. I didn't set it up. Okay, nothing over there. NATO says there's an $800 flight yoke. Oh, wow. $800, huh? Wow. I don't think I will pick that up. That's an awful lot of pizza. And an oil change, and maybe actually getting the AC fixed this summer, too. So, yeah, I'll probably not pick that up. Afraid I'm not going to probably... I like my little Wind Wing right now. It works great. Just like preferences and stuff that are on and off. I don't know. Right now, Volanta works pretty good for me. The biggest problem that I have with Volanta is I forget to turn it on. The biggest problem that I have with Volanta is I forget to turn it on. And I don't think that's their problem. And descent time. And the profile's got us. Down we go. MFS is flying from Leeds to Innsbruck today. I'm not getting the rudder pedals. Somebody else is getting rudder pedals. I have popped in and out of Elevate X, which is still in beta. Lovis is still using Volanta. So if Lovis is popping in and out and stuff, it's probably a good indicator about how it's working. I always forget Volanta until Polyot comes and, you know, runs the angry Volanta voice, you know. Polar Bear, I've been having a blast with this airplane. I've been having a blast with the airplane. It's one of my favorites. Altimeter here is 1015. Tim Dog is using, okay, so I think, you know, there's another part of all of this. Yes, it's new, it's something interesting, but if what you've got is working, should you really go and fix what's working? I know that certain politicians love to fix things that aren't broken, but, you know, we're not them. So right now, my Volanta is working pretty good for me. Why fix what's not broken? Why fix what's not broken? Yeah, Loviz is right. The crosswind rudder pedals, thank you, T-Bird. I mean, these are great. I almost would like to put a you know, one of my spy cams on the rudder pedals, but then, you know, that would be a foot cam kind of a thing, and that's, you know, kind of kinky. So, but these are great rudder pedals. I don't know if you've seen them, but they really are awesome rudder pedals. I mean, yeah, there's mine. I mean, it's not very well lit down there, but those are the best rudder pedals in the world. They really are good rudder pedals. So if you're looking for them, they're gonna scare you away price-wise, but wow, are they good. But yeah, I've got to watch it because, you know, the live streamer, I could get in trouble or something. Boy, we understand that you've got a foot cam going on right there. You realize that's a serious problem here. Hi, T-Bird. Thank you. They really, if all of our flight gear were made as good as these rudder pedals. Wow. That's right. Loviz is right. They're in the same price range. Let's see. Diamond Mike has the Pendular from Thrustmaster. Scruffy Tam has a sock cam. Really? A sock cam? That's 9 times out of 10 what I've got going on here is some socks. I had to change them from my mad dash over to the office, so. Do I prefer the 08 circle to land or the runway 26 into Innsbruck? Well, if I've got the opportunity, I love the circle to land. I do. I don't really have any unique socks, so I actually still like some of the best ones that I've had are the ones that I wore with the bicycling shoes. And, you know, they're very low-rise kinds of socks and stuff like that, but they're reinforced on the toes and on the heel because you're always in motion on the cycling, riding a bicycle and stuff with the kinds of shoes and clips that we wear. I mean, you're supposed to actually push up and put like that. So those are really good. I know, bike socks, we're almost there. Oh my gosh. All right, it's time to get ready to rumble here. All right, so let's do takeoff and approach. VAP for flaps 35 is 131. That's not so bad. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts going back on. And now we need to go to page 440. Page 40. Page 40. All right, next altitude after 888 is 1520, and we need to start slowing it down. Low vis would, yes, some people would get pedicures or something. Captain Chris has a -4 to 77. Listen, with this, it is absolutely whatever you think. Oh, I did not. Yep, I got flaps 15. Cool. And here comes slats extend. We're going down to 185 knots right now. Yeah, we're slowing down this early in the arrival. And let's do slats extend. Here goes our leading edge slats. That's a good landing rate for Paro, Captain Chris. Okay, that's looking really good. And flaps 15. That looks good. There's 180. Let's do before landing. So auto brakes max. Speed brakes are armed. Landing lights going on early. And that looks great. It's not doing the speeds that I want. It's going down to 150. I want it to be 185. Okay, that looks good. 185. And we're continuing the descent. Let's let it go to 1520. How about 1400 on this? Has anyone had tire pressure low messages? No. Maybe that's a maintenance thing that we need to check with this. I think I've got all my maintenance stuff turned off, but it could be that's something that's going on with this. All right, throttle's ready to go here. We're looking really, really good. All right, landing rate with gear and everything is 136, so 138, I guess. Okay, let's see if there's anybody here. Okay, we've got one airplane that's coming in, a 737 behind me. Nobody else, so we're next. We're next. Okay, looking good. 15.2. I am way too freaking high. Next altitude is 13.8. I'm gonna let it do 13.5. Way too freaking high. I think we'll probably catch up. I hope. We see. Paro traffic, FedEx 441 is just past Papa Romeo 888, setting up on the RNAV Zulu, runway 15. Paro. Okay, we want to have gear out and flaps ready for landing before we hit the mountain pass. And we're already a little high on this arrival here. Really a little high. Which, of course, according to the spy flight, we're always high and fast, aren't we? Loviz says popcorn. Okay, I got the mountain pass. Hi, Hincad. Welcome aboard. Flaps 28. Flaps are 28. Good evening. Let's see. Amar Brago, did I even come close? Hello back to Jordan. Good evening to you. Hey, thank you for coming in today. We're just getting ready to pass the mountain pass and off we go. Paro, here we come. In case you didn't know, this is terribly, terribly, terribly irresponsible. Real pilots would never do this. This is what flight simmers do. An abnormally large airplane into an abnormally small airport, which means we're all basically, as Igor said, rather abnormal. Are we going to live? That remains to be seen. That remains to be seen. Matteo Macarini? Did I say that right? You're going to spawn in the 777. Oh my gosh. All right, we're looking pretty good. So the next thing that we're looking for is our mountain pass. And I believe this is our mountain pass right over here. I hope. And we're doing fairly good. Alligators are a big problem. Here comes our turn. I'm still letting the autopilot do a little bit of work here. And next speed, we're going to call it about 168 to land. And our descent is looking just spot on right now. Here's the mountain pass. We're right on there. Reduce the speed. Flaps 35, looking good. Ready with the autopilot. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. How do we plan for Paro with the for winds? I usually, you know, like Bill Paxton in the movie Twisters, I just kind of sniff the wind. Yeah, there's no way to do that. Yeah, there's just no way to see that. Hi, GT Boy, cats for sure. And then we kind of come really close to our little mountain pass.
1,000.
And now we look over here and we try and get down into the canyon now. Loviz says that Volanta will have weather for Paro, and PMDG will give you the weather for Paro.
2,500. 2,500.
Hi, Captain Canadian Av Geek. Welcome, welcome. Norse Viking, happy Thursday. Next, what we're going to do is, if you are new to Flight Sim, this is one of the ways that you can level up your flying. And it's called Touch and Goes. It's called Touch and Goes. And we're going to go in the Cessna 152. This is what my flight instructor had me doing at day after day after day after day after day. That's right, we're turning off our targeting computers and we're going to use the force. That's right, we should use the Schwartz instead. We should use the Schwartz. I think Mel Brooks has wrapped shooting in for Spaceballs too, and now it's going into the editing bay. I think I read that they had done that. Flying Winnebago, so yeah, they have wrapped shooting. That was fast. There's the monastery. I hope that the landing has been blessed. That's right. If you're standing behind the fence at the end of the runway, you are definitely not safe, are you?
Sync rate. Pull up.
300.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
200.
Pull up. Pull up.
100.
Pull up.
50.
Pull up.
40. 30.
Sync rate.
20. 10.
Oh, it was so perfect. No. No. Ah. Okay, we didn't take out the fence that time. We didn't take out the fence that time, did we? We didn't take out the fence. I don't think we even took out a light post on that one. So we probably got a couple of gopher holes messed up here. But yeah.
Paro traffic speed bird 441 taking off runway. Traffic.
We scared the birds.
Power traffic, airport is closed. MD level out of the runway.
Oh no.
Hey, Cracker gifted a sub to Diamond Mike. Thanks for gifting a sub today. I mean, that actually felt really good. I closed the airport. I'm such a bad pilot. Paro traffic, FedEx 441 is finally clearing the runway. Except for the divots in the grass at the end of the runway, no damage, so happy landings, Paro. Okay, everything looks good so far. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down. Auto brakes are disengaged. Man, I didn't think the auto brakes did a thing for me on that one. Krythor says to hydrate. Look at that big old airplane. We didn't even scratch the paint. We got a little bit of grass in the landing gear. So what? Crythor says to hydrate.
Tower traffic, speedbird 441, circling back and landing runway 1, traffic.
Secret with these big airplanes, make sure you don't get hung up on any of the trees. Should we continue to Lukla? Not in this. Auto brakes saved my tires and prevented a fire, but not, well, I did go auto brakes max though. And it felt like there was nothing there, so I was stomping on.
Landing runway 33 traffic.
Well, Him Yum, this is one of them. I mean, you know, two of our favorite let's go to a crazy airport and stuff is this is one of them. It's Paro. We also, up there is the 777 that just landed. That's right, Emmett, absolutely. MD-11s were never meant for Paro. MD-11s were never meant for Paro. Minus 569, 1.27 Gs. My touchdown point was a little bit long, but not much. It was a touch long, but not bad. I think that that was really good. Not bad for a big airplane like this. Not bad at all. It feels really good. Now what we should do is come in here and we should take the Airbus A319, which is a more appropriate airplane for this airport. Matt was the Speedbird that just landed. That looked like a good landing. Hi Jacob, welcome. Truly Devoted is here too. Thank you for coming by today. Well, let's just come on here to gate 2. Hopefully we don't take anybody's wings out. Next flight is called Touch and Goes. I've noticed that there's a lot of folks that are new to flight sim in chat these days. And so what I wanted to do is show you what you can do to level up your flying. What you can do to level up stuff here. And that is, my flight instructor always sent me out on touch and goes almost every day for like a couple of months. I guess I was that bad in the real world too. But anyway, so we'll do touch and goes. And we're going back where I got my license and stuff. So we're going to Colorado Springs in the Cessna 152. Okay, parking brakes on. And engine 1 and 3 off. We could take this on another flight later on today, but we're going to do a little GA hop kind of a thing here. And beacon and go to services, and we want wheel chocks and a ground power unit. Wheel chocks did not pop in. There's wheel chocks, and then there's the ground power unit. And then we can do engine number 2, the one up in the tail. And then seat belts can go off. And we made it. Hey, it doesn't look like we took out anybody's wings either. That wasn't bad. But yeah, this was not a bad approach. I don't know what happened with my brakes, but hey, those are the brakes. Arr. We'll be back. We are always here. Tony, thanks for the follow. Ollie, I think the recent release of Sim has brought a lot of new people, including you. My equipment arrived, and Toby got it working. Congratulations, Toby. It's always good to get everything going. You having trouble with setting anything up, or is it all working good? The PMDG got an update too. I did. I got that update, Low-Viz, and I even preloaded it in. So there goes the British Airways. I think they're pushing back. But hey, I'd say we got it here. That, you know,
Paro traffic right.
we didn't take out the fence. I mean, we didn't get off the runway in time, but, you know, not so bad. Let's go get Cessna. We're going to Colorado Springs Airport, KCOS, and we're going to take the Cessna 152. Dr. Quigley's, there has actually been a development. It looks like the throttles were returned to the sender. And so I have just messaged our friends at WinWing and says, hey, it supposedly has been returned. Would you try again and send it? We'll see what happens. Let's see. We need to hydrate. Okay, so we're just going to Colorado Springs Airport. I don't think that there's ATC. There usually isn't. And what we're going to do is, if you're just getting started in the world of flight simulation, this is something that you do as a pilot. They are called touch and goes. So we don't need a big old flight plan. We'll get on VATSIM so that you can fly along with me. But this is just stick and rudder, nothing really big. So let's come on over to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Or we, so that's kind of the way this is. If you are just getting started in flight simulators and you don't have all of the fancy gear and stuff like that, for what we're doing, you could fly with an Xbox controller if you're just getting started, or whatever your game controller is. That's what we can do with this airplane. This is the Cessna 152. If you're just getting started in flight simming and you're taking flying lessons, like if you don't know how to fly, you should. This is the airplane you're going to do your training in, and this is what I got my private pilot's license in. So it's a really cool. You can also get some more advanced flight simulators. You can get some more advanced Cessnas too. There are some, payware flight Cessnas that are pretty easy. And this is all visual, no nav aids, no nothing. No nav aids, no nothing on this flight. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to be visual. And what you do for things like this, especially if you're a beginning pilot, is you get several visual waypoints, several visual things that you try to fly over. And then that's kind of what we do. I have a private pilot's license. So I have a private. You could even use a keyboard and a mouse. And Keeman, but I was really getting back into flight sim before I started live streaming. We had just started to get a really great Boeing 777, which has always been a favorite of mine, and over an X-plane. And so I was flying on a Mac with a keyboard and mouse for several years. I only started getting flight sim gear when I started live streaming. So you could even use a keyboard and a mouse to do this. Now I do suggest if you've got an Xbox controller or some game controller that would be really good for you to use. And then you can decide whether or not you want to go ahead and add some other cool stuff. We don't need Volanta for this. This is the only thing we're going to do is be on VATSIM. Hopefully we don't get in people's way and stuff, so we can all fly together. But we'll still have to follow the rules. We'll need CTAF for Colorado Springs. And then after we do this one, we can go and look at the VATSIM map and decide where we want to take the MD-11 or something else. We've been in that for quite a few days now, and as much as I like it, we could go the A340 is now out. I wasn't going to pick that up, but I think most people that have it are very happy with that airplane. We could also hop in the PMDG 737 and go places, depending upon where there's VATSIM ATC. Or we could just sit here, listen to jazz, order pizza, and yap. Okay. So here we all are here. Actually, I think we do put in some sort of a flight plan here. New flight. And we just give it a flight number, November 714JW. That was the airplane, KCOS, KCOS, and it's the Cessna. Do we have a C-152? Well, we have a Cessna 182, 172, citation. Okay, so we've got the 408. So you could use just the Cessna 172R. Yeah, that's right. Just squawk 1200. I think you're right. We don't have to file anything. I think you're right. We just squawk 1200 and maintain VFR. I think that's probably the better thing to do. I don't see anybody coming into. We've got flight plans in Telluride, Eagle, Aspen, Grand Junction, and Denver. Somebody's at Centennial, and that's about it in Colorado, so we're pretty good. Not an awful lot going on. Hello, Jose. Welcome in. But yeah, I think Landy's 100% right. Landy, thank you for following back up. I never would have even checked to see that the status had changed, so maybe something good will come from all this after all. Thank you. Let's see, what else can we do? Throttles are good. Don't have to make any changes there. We'll just stay jazzy on this one. Saw a bunch. I looked outside the window last night. No, the night before, and there were a gazillion Cape Air airplanes that were coming in. Yeah, you would just request pattern work if ATC was on. So Cape Air is a small, very, very small airline. And they fly very small little airplanes. Wow, they have opportunities to be a pilot with them too. You can create a profile. They also have some partners too, which is cool. Routes, policies, our aircraft. Okay, so they've got the Cessna 402, BN2, cargo hold dimensions. I think they're all Cessna 402s that we were watching last night. And I think we actually have a Cessna 402 here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, it's a long loading screen. Chewy also caught wind of this and reached out to his contacts at WindWing to see if they could help. Oh, what was happening here? Chewy did? Wow, that was nice. I didn't even know. Thank you. I had no idea, Landy. Thank you. Well, so far, patience and the fact that as it turns out it wasn't stolen means there's a chance that, we'll be able to get some stuff going. Okay, here we go. So to search for this airplane, I usually do a search in the search box here for, I usually put in TEX because Cessna is now owned by a company called Textron. So Textron, there's King Air, Beechcraft Barons, and what we want is the Textron Cessna 152 Aerobat. Okay, this is the one that I got my pilot's license in. So configure, and you can just choose a livery with this if you want. And they've got some nice ones. We'll just stick with the pop art one. That'll be cool, right? Okay, that looks good. Save and go back. Yeah, it was they had two of them. They had 2 regular Cessna 152s and a 152 Aerobat. And strangely enough, I was like one of the only students that liked the Aerobat. Okay, KCOS, Colorado Springs. I liked it. The thing was, is the other airplanes and stuff, they didn't have what I call the skylights. Now, I'm sure there's an official word for it, but the skylights were, you had windows in the top. So not only the windshield and on the side and in the back, but there were 2 windows up there, so you could look straight up too. Now, I never was doing like rolls and stuff like that. Big chicken when it comes to stuff, those sorts of things. So this was the airport where I got my private pilot's license, right here. And this airport was Colorado Springs. At the time, we only had the north-south runway and the diagonal. It was long before the terminal down here on the south side was built. And then I usually will just come over here and just go ahead and click. So do a right click into this tarmac area here and set this as your departure. But it's important afterwards you go shut down. Otherwise, it'll put you in the air with the engine running. Yeah, it was like a sunroof. You'll see them in the airplane. I'll show it to you in just a sec. Let's start flight. Senor Tomas, yeah, I mean, in flight simming, I'm like ridiculously silly and stuff like that. When I was doing the real world stuff, I mean, I was all about safety. I ran every checklist because, you know, I didn't want to be a crispy critter. I didn't want to crash ever. Not only would I be dead, but I would have also been so humiliated because I really, really took this very, very seriously. I mean, really seriously. Okay, let's connect. I am going to be November 714 Juliet Whiskey. That was the tail number of the airplane. And this is a C152, Cessna 152 Aerobat. And connect. We are on VATSIM. That's right. I think that's something that they had to fix, Tim Dog. You could start in a custom position, but you could never start cold and dark. So, yeah. I think that's why some guys have a 152 cockpit that cost more than the 152. All right, here we go. There is our Cessna 152. Mine wasn't quite like this one. Mine was not quite. Somebody actually found a picture before some student wrecked it, which, you know, really, some student wrecked my cute little airplane. It was a rental airplane, so, you know, it was definitely showing its age. But somebody got a picture. Is it over here or is it over in pictures? November 714 Juliet Whiskey. No, it's not over there. Anyway, it was a cute little red, white, and blue thing. Hi, Roddy. Okay, so let's see. We got to go and do some walk around stuff here first. So first of all, got to pull the chocks. And then we have to come over here and pull the pitot tube. And do we have to pull anything out of the engine? Nope, nothing out of the engine. One of the things that you were supposed to do in the Cessna 152 was you had to visually check the fuel. So you would put 1 foot here and 1 foot here, and you see there's a grip here. And so you could kind of grip, and I don't know how we can do it in walk around mode, but you see the fuel cap up there? You'd have to grip it, look over the top of the wing, and look down and visually verify the fuel on this. I don't know how we do that here. Let's get in the cockpit though and go. So all of this looks really pretty good. It's got to sit and think a minute here. I need to get us some views. Let's do a couple of views with, let's do some views with chase plane. Okay, so we got a pilot view here. I don't need a co-pilot view. We have instruments left. There's more. Ooh, that's a good one. So let's go and change this a bit. We'll call that radios and throttles. That's going to be really good. And let's give that a shortcut right over here. Okay, that looks really nice. Instruments right, instruments left. Okay, this is the starter. Starters. And let's call that one, I guess that right there. Okay, that looks really good. Save and close. We need to give the pilot view a number. So let's give it a shortcut. And that looks good. Now then, since we're visual, it's really important. Dan just raided the channel. Hi, Dan. Hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Thank you for a nice raid. Okay, I don't need that one. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new view here of a pilot instrument. And we're going to come over there and we're going to call that left window. So left window. And we need to adjust it. So first of all, this isn't the best place to be. Let's come up here first, get our main view. And what we want is we want to be able to look out the window like this because it's all visual. Hi, Dan. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Okay, chase plane. Now then, let's do left window here. Oh, rats. Okay. That didn't work out so well. Okay, that is about as good as we're going to get for this left window. Oh, stop it. That's good. Okay, let's save this one and go back. And we need to give that a number, and that looks good. Save and close. Now then, let's go, and this is one of the critical ones because we're going to be making right traffic here. So we're going to create another view, pilot instruments, next, and we'll call this one the right view. And you had to spend a little bit of time making sure that the right view is good. So we're going to come around here and a little bit like that. Because we're going to need to be able to see the runways and everything else. So we're going to do that view. And that's good there. And let's give it a number. Save it. And we should be good. Now then, so we got that view. We've got those instruments. We've got those instruments. I need a big instruments view. So let's go ahead. We don't need it today. We'll get it later. But most important, because we're visual, we can look outside. That's right view. It didn't work. Let's adjust it. Okay, move a little bit left and forward. And then a little bit more over here. It didn't save it. You want to be able to see the strut over there and the runway, because this is how we're going to look at the runway. Okay, do we have that? Yay. Okay, we got that too. Let's go and start it up. So this airplane, pretty cool. I love chase plane. It's really pretty amazing. All right, so come on down here. First thing you do, and this is when the money starts. So when you turn on the master switch, that's when you start paying the rent. That's when you start paying the rent on this thing. Over here, we're going to do nav lights. So we got nav lights on. And let's go ahead and make sure that we've got some controllers here. So our throttle works really pretty good. That looks good. Do I have one for mixture? That one doesn't do mixture. The flaps work. Okay, so we'll have to do that. That's supposed to be out. The mixture's supposed to be out. Transponder goes to standby, and 1200 is what we need there. Let's see. Colorado Springs. Weather. Well, first of all, we got it. We're in the U.S., so .ctaf, KCOS, Colorado Springs. 119.9 is our CTAF frequency. So we got to have that. And that looks good for now. Flight plan. You filed a flight plan different. If you intend to use circle, connect. Okay, so that's just saying, because I didn't file a new flight plan for this one. Now then, we're going to need some numbers here. So let's go right over here, and we can get them this way. KCOS, Colorado Springs. And it looks to me as though we are flying north today. Okay, so it's north traffic today. Okay, north traffic. So that's a little bit different. Let's see what the weather says. The weather says the winds are 040 at 12. Yep, that's enough. We should do north traffic. We should do north traffic. Here's that. Well, I tried to get Control C, Control V. There you go. And we need that. So north traffic, so we're flying north. That means we're going to need this left view, which makes it a little bit easier. Okay, altimeters is 2998. So we're at 29. There we go, 2998. That's pretty good right there. Shall we go? In the real airplane, you would come over here and you would open this little window and you would yell out clear prop. And that says, hey everybody, we're going to start spinning these swords on the front of the airplane, so watch out. Okay, so this airplane, we need to do parking brakes. Parking brakes are set, and you have to prime the engine. So this is actually goes and shoots like fuel into the engine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we've got that. Now we're going to take the throttle and open it about 1/4 of an inch. That looks good. And start. 1, 2, 3. And the fuel cutoff is on. And we got the engine going. I'm just adding a couple of extra shots here. And I'm clearing out one here. I was trying to set the spot plane. There we go. Save the assignment. Okay, good. We got a spot plane, so we got to have that. Let's get going. Let's come on down here. And tow brakes on. Parking brakes off. Tow brakes are good. And let's see if we can taxi forward and come over here. Is this cost effective? This airplane? I hope. KPEF. This should be KCOS. Maybe it's saying it's the old Peterson Field. Okay, flaps 1 for takeoff. Ruben wants to go back to doing some VFRing. Okay, this is out of the gate area. Anybody over there? Nope. And we have to go to the other end. I was closer to the point of Peterson than I was Colorado Springs Airport. Back in the day, the terminal used to be off to the right over here. So did the National Weather Service over there, too. Hunter Girl just came in. Hello, Hunter Girl. Happy Thursday, right? Happy Thursday. Are you still doing... You were doing the night shift last week. Are you still... Whoa! Better pay attention here. Better pay attention here. It is Friday Eve. Yes, it sure is. I just got my pace in the Kowloon Temple, Europe to do sport in summer camp. Oh, really? So there's a sports summer camp that you get to be a part of? That's going to be cool. Is it just any sports or do you have specialties? It would be fun to fly a flight plan without GPS, just VORs. Well, one of the things that we could do is I could go dig out my logbook and find the cross country that I did. So you have to have a cross country and stuff. You do several of them. A long one, a short one, and a night one for your private pilot's license. So sports in summer camp, that's going to be amazing. I don't know, it feels like summertime here. I don't know how it feels where you are, but boy, does it feel like summertime here. Bobby says somebody's flying along. Cool, thank you for flying along. Let's see. We need 119.9. .9 and make that active. That's good. If I could go for a ride in a cockpit of any airplane with a real pilot, where would I? So just to be able to sit up front and watch? Oh, I don't know. Probably one of the airplanes that we fly a lot in flight simulators, so I could learn the proper procedures. Oh, Maddie, the private pilot's license that I got years and years ago, it's way different cost now than it used to be. Hi, Lead. Welcome, welcome. We're always jazzy, and we've got a very jazzy little Cessna, too. Man, I think my rudder pedals are too sensitive for this airplane. I think the rudder pedals are too sensitive.
Colorado Springs traffic, number 1 Sierra is a T6 taxi onto the west ramp, taxi active 35 left.
Captain Chris, so it's the same with you too? Well, yeah, I think it's just too sensitive for this airplane. I think I've also got a little bit too much throttle. Someone that's watching you on the field maybe thinks you have been really drunk. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, people watching me? Yes. They're wondering, what is this fool in this airplane doing? Absolutely. They're wondering what beverage do they have in their cup in the cockpit? And why aren't they sharing? Why aren't they sharing the beverages in the cockpit? Too much spy tea. Well, there's not an awful lot in the spy tea except tea and lemonade, so there you go. Brother says yes, alligators are a big thing too. Springs traffic, Cessna 714, Juliet Whiskey at Alpha 7. Taking off for some close touch and goes. We are on runway 35 left, Springs. Strobes. Somebody forgot his beacon. Okay, let's go. Look over there. Anybody coming? Nobody coming. We've also got a heck of a crosswind today. So that's probably part of the other reason we're getting blown all over the place. Shall we get going? Throttle up smoothly. You don't want to do it all at once. Can't see the airspeed.
Colorado Springs traffic, Cessna 152, Romeo India.
And 55, rotate. In this airplane, you're going to tap the brakes. Fly runway heading. Little bit of a climb here. Springs traffic, Cessna 714 Juliet Whiskey, clear of 35 left, making left close traffic for touch and goes, Colorado Springs. It is really low, isn't it? Airspeed super duper low.
152 Romeo India, taking off runway 35 left, right down pattern for touch and go.
Okay, we're looking for Academy Boulevard. There's Pikes Peak right ahead of us. Off to the left is Cheyenne Mountain. That's not Academy, that's the new highway that comes in. Academy's going to be up here. There we go. Finally got a little airspeed and 7,000 feet. MFS has a new McDo today. And let's see. That looks good. There's Academy Boulevard. So my boundaries was I was not, as a student, allowed to fly west of Academy Boulevard. And now we're turning left, heading and look over there. There's the airport. There's the runway. Springs traffic, Cessna 714 Juliet Whiskey is now downwind. Touch and go. Runway 35 left. Colorado Springs.
Colorado Springs, number 1 Sierra at the T6 Texan, departing 35 left, left close traffic. Springs.
Okay, here's 7,000 feet. There's the end of the runway. Now in this case, This road was not here. That's the road out to the terminal. That one wasn't there when I was doing this. So we would go a little bit further. That lake was there. I remember that lake. There's the edge of the runway. Not much there. There's Cheyenne Mountain. There's Academy Boulevard. We're being good pilots here. There's Pikes Peak Community College over off to the left, to the right, I mean. There's I-25 down to Pueblo. And there's the lake. Springs traffic, Cessna 714, Juliet Whiskey, turning base for runway 35 left. Touch and go, Colorado Springs. Continuous ignition, really? I grew up in this town too, so yeah. And roll out.
Colorado Springs traffic,
And look over there.
60,
I've got the airport.
35
I've got the
left,
runway.
Springs.
Starting to slow it down a little bit here. And we're going to start our descent at about 7,000 feet. That looks really good. And flaps 1. Looking over there. And those tanks weren't there either. And gentle turn to final. Turned a little bit too
Springs
soon.
traffic, section 1 Sierra is left crosswind, 35 left Springs.
So if you're new to Flight Sim, and this doesn't matter whether you have the PC version or the console version, you can do what we're doing, and this is what you do. This is the way you. This is what real pilots do to practice. And Devick, you were in Monument. Yeah, our family was in Monument for about 15 plus years, 20 almost, I think. And we drove past the academy every day. Dr. Quigley's, this would also be really good for your, just like you said, it would be great for track IR. Springs traffic, Cessna 714 Juliet Whiskey on a short final for runway 35 left. Touch and go, Colorado Springs. I should have waited a little bit longer. I'm also doing a live stream right now, so I'm not kind of doing this the best way for me to fly and concentrate like a good pilot. But you're right, 45 seconds. Hi, Mitch. So, Mitch, you were right about that. I think my side stick's too sensitive for this airplane too. Oh, come on. There we go. Touch and go. Tap the brakes.
Springs traffic, section 1 Sierra, left A, 35 left, touch and go Springs.
Springs traffic, Cessna 714 Juliet Whiskey, clear of runway 35 left, turning the downwind, Colorado Springs. So, you know, I come out to flight school and the instructor would say, give me 10 touch and goes. A few of the, one of the instructors had a sense of humor and would say, and, try not to scratch the airplane. Don't scratch the
Springs
paint.
traffic, section 1 Sierra, base final 35 left, touch and go Springs.
And that's exactly the way the mountains of Colorado Springs look. That's what they look like. Pikes Peak straight ahead, 14,000 foot peak. So Denver up to the north, Pueblo to the south. At night it was cool because the mountain up to the left over there is Cheyenne Mountain. That's where all the broadcast towers are. So there were just like, you know, a dozen, you know, twinkling lights on top of that hill all the time, which was neat. That's right, keeping the wheels attached was a good thing to do too. But yeah, this is the way to practice. There's Academy, make the turn. There would be a big building up here to the right of us too that would be the satellite hotel and condos. And there's 7,000 feet and roll out and heading south. Maybe they tore it down. Maybe the satellite hotel's gone now. But that was a huge landmark, was that hotel. No flipping of the planes either, that's right. And there's the airport, there's the runway. We'll look for our water tanks, we'll look for the...
Springs traffic, Texan 1 Sierra, departure like 35 left, that's those traffic springs.
On a really clear day, you'll see two peaks to the south. It's a little hazy on the horizon, but you see two peaks. Those were also good landmarks. Those are the Spanish peaks on the Colorado-New Mexico border, and you could see them from here, which was really kind of neat. I much prefer left traffic because it's right by your window and you can look easier. Doing the right traffic is harder. Hey Zach, welcome back. And 090, roll out. Look
Springs
down there.
traffic, Texan
There's
1
the
Sierra,
runway.
left crosswind 35 left Springs.
Hi, small bats. This is exactly what the cockpit looked like. The radios were much older, so they weren't the nice digital radios, and we also did not have that cool little digital clock that you see there. Swap mustache and turn. There we go. RAF plays. Welcome back, RAF plays.
Springs traffic, Texan 1 Sierra, left downwind 35 left Springs.
Springs traffic, Cessna 714 Juliet Whiskey is turning final. Touch and go. Colorado Springs 35 left. Colorado Springs. This was also before I really got into broadcasting. So one of the things is I was very, very straight on the radio. Very straight. I would have never talked like that. Dom MGY, welcome aboard. Not sure where we're going to go next. I do have a private pilot's license, Zach. RAF Plays got the RAF pack, the captain's pack for the Cessna, for the Airbus A320. So if you've got an hour that you've got to kill, you got an hour or something like that, one of the things that you could do is just fire up the sim. Don't go to my airport, obviously. I think it's better for you to go to your home airport because you're going to know the landmarks. And the landmarks are obviously this kind of flying around. For me, landmarks for right traffic would be, Academy Boulevard, Circle Drive, the Ampex plant, and the Citadel Mall. Those were literally the things that I was looking for while I was flying.
Springs traffic, Texan 1 Sierra is left base 35 left Springs.
And touch and go. Zach is building up ours right now. RAF Place. I had the TCA Captain's Pack for a very long time. In fact, I'm still using the throttles and the flap levers right now, and I'm still very happy with those. So I think you're going to be happy with them too. Bonsoir Mustache, thanks for coming on in.
Springs traffic, section 1 Sierra, final 35 left, touch and go, Springs.
And we're going to get out of the way. Springs traffic, Cessna 714. Juliet Whiskey is clear of runway 35 left. One more pattern, then we're full stop, Colorado Springs. And even just like what I just did here with like 3 touch and goes, if you do these kinds of things, it really does help. It really does help you level up your flying skills. And it gives you a cool idea of, you know, what it is that you might need to do with your sensitivities. Clearly, the sensitivities on my side stick could use a little less. They could be a little bit more mushy, I guess, is the word. There weren't nearly these many trees in this part of Colorado Springs when I was there. Sam says the A340 VIP is now out. There's Academy. There's the turn. One of the things that I find really helpful about this airport, though, is the runway is north-south. So I get to use the points of the compass, north, south, east, and west, to make my square turns. It is. Well, that's, you know, one of the things is it's a 2D screen.
Traffic, section 1 Sierra, departure leg 35 left, West Coast traffic, Springs.
It really is, like you just said, it's a 2D screen, and we talk about this all the time. You know, it's a 2D screen. We don't have the depth perception. That's one of my big problems with landing and stuff. We don't have the, you know, we don't have a 3D type of a deal. Small Bats, Colorado Springs is 45 minutes from where you live. And there's our tanks. Springs traffic, Cessna 714, Juliet Whiskey, turning base, full stop landing, runway 35 left, Colorado Springs. If you happen to notice where there might be some ATC, we can go and do a couple of jet flights
Springs
now.
traffic, section 1 Sierra, left crossway 35 left, Springs.
Carol says, Orlando overload is scheduled for April 11th. I imagine we'll probably be there for that.
Springs traffic, section 1 Sierra, left down 135 left.
Captain Minnesota wants to fly the MD-11, so we can do some more MD-11 ops. We can take the MD-11. I'm cutting the corner a little bit here because we are going full stop. So we need to get off the runway before, because there's another airport with us. Seattle and Boston are up, Atlanta too. Yeah, my controls are way too sensitive for this airplane. Well, we were talking last week about doing a flight out of Seattle because we all bought the new Seattle scenery and haven't flown out of there very much. So we could take off from Seattle in the cargo plane. There's a big cargo ramp on the north side of SeaTac, and we could take the cargo plane out.
Springs traffic, section 1 Sierra, left slow approach 35 left, Springs.
Was going for And then you want to get off the taxiway as quick as you can. Don't want to get in people's way. Thursdayday. Okay, thank you.
Springs traffic, section 10, low approach 35 left, Springs.
Springs traffic, Cessna 714, Juliet Whiskey is clear of 35 left. Happy landings, Colorado Springs. This part of the airport's a little lumpy. I don't know what's going on with this. I think there's a lump in the runway here. I don't know what this is all about. There we go. I don't know what happened there. Something's really weird. Microsoft Flight Simulator being Microsoft Flight Simulator. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why it did this. I really don't. Yeah, wing strike, I guess, but how do you have a wing strike, you know, on a taxiway? Yeah, it was a Dukes of Hazzard kind of a thing. But again, despite the fact that you have a wing strike like this really is the cool thing to do. It's a beer run. There you go. See, that's what it is. One wing, two wheels. I know. It was something like that. Was there a VOR at this airport? I think there might still be. I think there is still one here. I think, though, it's changed. It might be the Front Range. No, that's up in Denver. I think that there's another one. Yes, the VOR. Oh, Slarty Bart. Yes, was the VOR in the way, just like LA. Yeah, just remember to chalk the wheels. Okay, we made it. Let's go find a jet flight to do. That was really nice. Again, if you're new, just doing what it is that you call just doing this touch and goes, it really helps. There was a really big bump in the taxiway, I think. It's an older payware scenery for Colorado Springs, and I think that's it. Senor Tomas would like to do some VOR to VOR flying. So somebody said we've got ATC in Seattle. So we could depart out of Seattle and go someplace. I guess we could do another MD-11 flight. We could do another big cargo flight in the MD-11. So Seattle is up. We could go out to, well, there's nothing around there though. K-Smurf is up. We could go down to Oakland. We could go to, Austin says Alaska. Is there anything going on in Alaska right now? There isn't an awful lot going on in Alaska as far as that. Jordan is up. It's going to be really dark out there, but we ought to go to Jordan when it's a little bit lighter in the day. That might be nice. Looks like there is Atlanta, Miami, Boston. We could do, okay, so Jacksonville is off, but Miami and Atlanta is on. So we could do something between Miami and Atlanta and have ATC for takeoff and landing. That might be nice. Let's just see. Over here where it is a little bit dark. Casablanca is up. We got a little bit in Europe, but all of these usually go to sleep pretty quickly. All of these go to sleep. Looks like a lot of Finland is up too. And a big part of Atlantic is up. Brother would like to go to San Diego. There's no ATC in San Diego. LA Tower is up. LA Tower is up. So if we want a full ride, I don't think we're going to get a full ride anywhere. Not in a big jet. So let's see. Based on what we have here, let's go and I'll put together a poll. This will be over on Twitch. So if you're watching on YouTube, if you just go over to Twitch, you can vote in the poll. You have to stay there. Okay. All right, I'll come over there. Yaka Vegas is not, well, it's in the zone, so we could depart out of Yakima and then go to Seattle. I think the MD-11's a little bit busy for Yak. Whoops, I need a K. Man, typing is hard today. Typing is hard today. It's a big bunch of airplanes. Looks like they're going into LA, so that might not be all that much fun. There's a little bit of ATC there. Okay, here's places where there's a little bit of ATC that we can go and fly. So the poll is now up. Again, sorry if you're on YouTube, you could click over briefly to Twitch and vote in it. Voting is free. You can do that pretty easily. Bourbon Dad, welcome back in. Thank you for coming in today. And I'm sorry I missed some chat while I was typing in the poll. If you don't have rudder pedals or what, I occasionally see your vids. You always mess up. Please take your simming more seriously. Okay, thank you, NS2. Welcome on in. Looks like Atlanta to Miami is taking off. So Atlanta to Miami. I was going to do another MD-11 flight. Another MD-11 flight. So let's see, followed closely by SeaTac to Oakland, Portland to San Francisco, and YYZ to Boston. But it looks like Atlanta to Miami is going to take that, is taking that. Hi, Quentin, welcome aboard. Okay, so it looks like let's go ahead and let's go ahead and load in the sim while we're waiting for this to finish. Let's see. Bourbon Dad is flying is on YouTube today. So here comes that sim. It looks like Atlanta to Miami is winning by a mile here. So it looks like that one is winning by a mile. So let's go ahead and start our planning for that. So first, let's see what's happening in Miami. Miami says it's a book. Arrival ATIS, runways 26 left, 30. 26 right and 27. So my guess is coming from the north, they would bring us in on 26 right. So I'm going to plan 26 right. But it's pretty much all the landing west types of things. Okay, let's go and see what we have for Hotlanta. Atlanta is up, and Atlanta says departures 26 left and 27 right. My guess is it's going to be 27 right is the one I'm going to plan for. You can go and look based on your departure. They actually have a scheme for these things, Atlanta departures. So based on your departure, which is going to be a south departure, we're probably going to be getting the Smoltz or the Varsity going on out. So if it's a south departure, it's going to be 27 right is what you would do. And this is actually a picture of a map that you get in your Navigraph charts. I'm going to be up here on the north side, though, which is FedEx land. So that's the FedEx area at Atlanta. There's all FedEx. So, flight plan. Sim brief. Miami is still winning. SeaTac and Oakland is starting to catch up a little bit. Oh no, the poll is completed. It is Atlanta to Miami. Atlanta to Miami. Okay, so we've got that going on there, and I'm going to expect 26 right for the arrival, and that looks good. So we're going to MD-11 this flight, and this is going to be Atlanta, KATL, to, we're looking at Miami, KMIA. Okay, that all looks good. Let's create a new flight. Hey, Master Chief, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. All right, so we're going to be in the Panda plane, FDX. Flight 441, we are KATL. We're going to KMIA, Miami. We're going to be in our big new shiny, well, not new, but our big shiny MD-11. And be sure and choose the one with an F by it. And get the Panda plane. There's a little bit of ATC going on, not a lot, so why don't we board, I say, 15 minutes of VATSIM fuel. Departure runway is going to be 27 right. Our arrival runway, I would imagine, since we're on the north side, will be 26 right. Austin, are you going to be doing some lurking? Happy lurking. Lurking is always good. Departing on the Bang arrival, like we thought, and it's going to be departing on the Bang departure, and we're going to be doing the Frogs arrival. Generate flight. Almost done. All right, you will need a PDF version of your flight plan. Whoops. PDF of the flight plan, and save that to your desktop because you'll need a few numbers off that. I'll put that over in chat for you. So if you want, you can look at all the numbers or use it for your flight. Happy lurking, Austin. Okay, that's good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. And SimBrief in its wisdom says 34,000 feet. That's probably pretty good. So 34,000 feet, flight plan looks right. We are filed. No chickening out possible here. Okay, while we do that, I'm going to go MD-11. And this is KATL. Miami. And update the title, and we will be done with live stream stuff, and we can concentrate on airplane stuff. All right, I think we're all good with that. Up here, nobody's parked up here for the moment, so that looks good. And generally, we need to have Navigraph for the charts on this one. So we're going to be 426,000 pounds on the flight. And Atlanta, so Bang, Luck, Honed. Yeah, it's a pretty simple flight down. Looks like we're flying down the west coast of Florida, and we need to board 56,000 pounds of fuel. So while the sim's loading, let's get Navigraph to do its thing. Hey there, our RND 10112. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome. Yep, we try and keep it as chill as possible. There are places that you can go for things that aren't chill. We try and do that here. But welcome on in. Thank you for coming in today. So, import from SimBrief, Atlanta to Miami. Don't worry about spelling. We all have a problem with that. Okay, Atlanta, charts. So, taxi chart, chances are we're just going to need this one over here. And our SID is going to be the Bang 3 departure. bang 3, always look and check and see if there is not a climb clearance, and there is 10,000 feet climb and maintain. Put that in your notes because you don't want to bust that altitude as you are departing. If you do follow that guideline and you don't bust that, then the controller will saying that you're doing a bang up job on the bang departure. And as you can probably tell, I could have even more fun with that departure's name too. Charts coming in, it's the fish arrival. No, the frogs arrival. Frogs, fish, they're all sort of like that. We're coming in via Honed. So Honed, we just chase all the way down here. And that puts us out at Winter, at 5,000 feet at Winter. And we are coming in, so that looks good. We are going to expect runway 26 right. So 26 right is got a localizer. They could bring us in on the left side, but usually they might bring us in on 27 or 30. So I'm going to just snag those charts. They need to have a gator arrival. Seriously. Although I guess if they have a gator arrival, they will need the other amphibian, and that would just be a croc. And you knew that joke was coming, right? There would be a croc joke. All right, all that looks good. So 30, 27, and 26 right is what they might give us. They might not, but they might give us those. Ethan's back in chat. Welcome aboard. I was a real pilot before I was a simmer, but, you know, that was a very, very, very long time ago. I think that generally it's agreed that flight simming is a really great tool. In addition, it's not in lieu of. I mean, there's only so much you're going to be able to do with a flight simulator. That being said, you really can do some cool stuff and learn so many things. You know, if you're a private pilot, you can go and you can test out your flight plan. You can go, you know, you can go and run your cross-country flight plan and stuff like that. Welcome aboard, Mach 3. You're never late. You get to come in whenever your schedule works out. KATL Hotlanta. But yeah, I think it helps a lot. Let's see. Somebody, does it match what you see in the sim? AZ also uses Beyond ATC. Beyond ATC is a great way to start out. Okay, we're going to be over here in the FedEx ramp. There we go. Make sure we're not spawning on anybody. We're not spawning, and let's start the flight. Have we seen Allie yet? Alligator. Checked out flightsim.to and search Beyond ATC. You'll find a number of enhancements. Thank you, Landy. Has there been a new Atlanta scenery? No, they've enhanced it. Somebody's working on an Atlanta, but hasn't really shown up yet. Mark Ford Lorian is back in chat. Finally back from school. Thank you for coming on in, and I hope it is relaxing. And welcome to Atlanta. Ooh, we got a building this time. Wow, got a building. And we've got Gate Gourmet here. Cute little bears. Always good to have a little bear here. Let's get on VATSIM. A little bit loud with that ground power cart. Let's go get in the cockpit. It's a little quieter. There, that's a little quieter. Okay, this is going to be, and this is going to be an MD-11 and connect. Yeah, lots of new people learning about the MD-11 here. Got a PDC almost immediately, so that's really nice. We got a clearance to go out already. We'll get Volanta going if you would like. The airplane does not come with stairs, but if you go to GSX and turn on GSX, you could operate the stairs, and the stairs will pop up, and you can just have some stairs by your Panda plane, and that's pretty cool. Let's add the flight plan. And Volanta is getting going. And then I need to go and reactivate Volanta. And that should eventually catch up too. Here comes our stairs. It's a lot of stairs to climb. Erie can barely stand all the jokes here. It's all a bunch of pandering to the audience. We do that an awful lot. Anyone here knows what to do if downgrade needing to get to Windows 10 into a Windows 11 laptop? Hi, Tisak. Welcome aboard. So what you're saying, Tisak, is you have a laptop. It's running Windows 11 and you want to run Windows 10? I've got no clue. Where's the Panda? Oh, the little bear's on the side. There's the bear. Okay, let's import flight plan. And flight plan looks good. We could go to services and open the big cargo door. And we got a big cargo door there. And everything else is on. Do a quick check of controls like the real pilots just to make sure that none of our USBs have disconnected. And that looks good. Let's do airplane stuff. Upper panel, battery. Battery is on. Ground power.
Autopilot.
Betty check. Emergency power on. We're gonna need emergency exit lights. We're gonna need nav lights. We're gonna need some overhead integrated or backlighting on the instrument panels. And we're gonna do the same thing with the autopilot or the FGS, flight guidance system. And there, that looks good. FMC1, MD11, nav data is groovy and init. From here, we'll go back to the main page and send the flight plan to the FMC. Okay, that looks good. Thank you for helping out, Flying Winnebago, with the Windows 10 thing. Okay, according to the flight plan, our alternate is Orlando. KMCO, Orlando. We're flying FDX. Flight, as you know. That looks good. Now we have to come up here and start the IRSs. When you turn on the first one, wait for the cargo fire test. Cargo fire lights are all working and it beeps. And we'll do nav 2 and the aux. And then be sure and hit initialize or else it doesn't work. Okay, next, our cruise level. We filed for flight level 340. Our cost index is 106. And all that looks good. Page 2. Our zero fuel weight. Let's go load the plane. So set payload and fuel. Set. Go to the payload page and get the actual number, which should be 426.8 or 9. And our zero fuel weight is 426.8. 426.8. That's in 100,000 pounds. Okay, block fuel should be 56.6. And we have 56,600 pounds of fuel, 56.6. Just like we're supposed to have. 56.6 block fuel. Harold's is back in chat. The MD-11's being very good today. It didn't stop very well when we were being reckless and crazy going into Paro, but it's always cool to take a big airplane into a little airport with tight turn to final. Always is a little bit more fun. Backup artificial horizon is all open. Let's go ahead and hit center of gravity. Just click it, and that takes care of those. Taxi fuel is 1.5. .6 is 15 minutes. Route reserve. You don't do alternate. 7.0 is 30 minutes. And that includes some extra time, so I have almost an hour there in case that's a problem. Check your block fuel again, 56.6, and put that number in the refuel. And we'll come down here and hit the hydraulic button. Verify that hydraulics are up. Come on up here. And we're going to do the hydraulic pressure test. FNL Aviator is back with a really nice resub today. FNL Aviator also has all the really good United Airlines emotes on Twitch. Just did a shout out. FNL Aviator's getting over a bug. Keep getting well soon. Okay. And if we look down here, you'll see that it's going to start pressurizing the hydraulic tanks. The hydraulic systems. While that's going on, we could do our flight plan. But first, we had to look at our clearance. Okay, Atlanta, Bang, Luck, Honed, Frogs, Miami, flight level 340, cleared Bang departure, Luck transition, 10,000 feet, expecting blah, blah, blah. Departure frequency is 132.9, operate aircraft, contact ground at south end of the ramp. Cool, so that means pushing starts on us. So that's great. Now then, we may, sometimes they put us out over on the north side runway, even though you're supposed to, so it's kind of tough to tell. We just don't know what they're going to get. So we'll plan for one, but we may get the other. Atlanta, Sid. Two 7 right. On the Bang 3, transitioning out with luck, or in my case, no luck at all. And there we go. Coming into Miami. Our arrival is going to be 26 right. ILS 26 right. I think it's going to be a localizer 26 right. You'll have to manage your own descent. We're coming in on the Frogs arrival. Frogs 4. Let's see. Minimums on the Frogs 4 arrival is 480. 480. And our transition. Bromo defund Gox. I don't think we want any of those on this arrival. I don't think we want any of those. I'm going to just insert it the way it is. And Rhodes, Terry, and Tubbs. Why don't we have Terry on this one? Okay, looks good. Let's see. Went to the doctor today, and it's looking promising. Very good. And your job is taking care of you. That is so cool. So many jobs these days don't. So that is awesome, FNL Aviator. Real happy to hear that. You went to the vampires today, and they took your blood. They will tell you what they thought later today. Hopefully the numbers are normal. I just hope they didn't make a bloody mess of it. Yeah. Did they like that? This is a route discontinuity that we do not need, so we're going to clear that discontinuity. And I think all of that looks good. Vectors to Terry. Yep, that's going to be great. Okay, let's start up the APU. Now, you can do the fire tests on a lot of these airplanes. If you're like me and you've got a lot of views already set up, like you just saw me zipping around there. So one of the things you can do is go to the upper panel, and with your mouse, you would hold down the fire test panel, the button, and with your mouse, just hold it down. Don't let up on it, okay? So we're going to hold it. Now with your other hand, go to some of your custom views and move around. You can check the engine instruments and see it says fire. You can also look over here and see, you can see the engines. The fuel cutoffs have red lights on them, so you know which fuel cutoff to cut off. So that's a way you could do the fuel, the fire test. Now, generally, we aren't really all that fired up about doing the fire tests, but we've been known to do them on occasion. 7253. 7253 is our squawk. Let's see. We are going to go, looks like Atlanta went offline, so it's just us. So there's no more Atlanta, so let's go ahead and make a quick change. We can still use the bang departure, but we're going to plan 26 left for our departure now. So we've got a shorter taxi. I mean, we followed the rules, and the rules say on the 27, on the bang departure, you're going to do the 27 right, but we're going to take 27 left. And if you look, the bang departure does say we can do that. So we would be RNAV to Snuffy. So that's just fine. We can do that. Let's do that in the flight plan right now. And that just cuts down our taxi time. So it's 27 right. No, we're going for 26 left right now. So Sid and 26 left. Still on the bang 3 departure. Luck transition and insert. Cool. All right, what else do we need to do? I think we're almost ready to get out of here. The latest altimeter that we got for Atlanta is the Atlanta altimeter is 2991. 2991. I'll put that in chat. There's the METAR. So 2991. Altimeters checked and set. Our heading after departure on the runway is 275. So 275. Our initial climb clearance is 10,000 feet. Traffic, data, airports. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's go close our doors and depart the scene of the crime. So let's do services and close cargo and the passenger door. So there goes our passenger door and the big cargo door. Tim Dog, I am going to head to town to stock up on some things before more snow comes. Excellent idea. And as Ruben said, stay safe. Probably, yeah. We've got Frankfurt Friday and Paris lights. So we're doing both of those tomorrow. You need your sleep. You need your rest. You definitely need your rest. Let's have GSX prepare us for pushback and departure. No. Here we go. And with all of that, let's start up the APU. APU is started. We'll turn on the bleed and we'll turn off ground power. Ground power is off. We need an ignition. We need cabin signs on.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, we're ready to be pushed back.
Please stand by for engine start.
We are now squawking mode Charlie. So that looks good too. We could use a real world checklist. A real world checklist for the MD-11. So gear pins are aboard. Pedostatic tubes are checked. Cabin signs are on. Flight control panel is set. Speed band. The speed band is not set. Boy, good thing we used a checklist today, huh? Ground power can disconnect. Good thing we turned on the checklist. Parking brakes, disconnect wheel chocks, and performance. And Atlanta, we are expecting now runway 26 left. 26 left. And weather information. Altimeter is correct. Weights of the airplane and calculate. We're going to go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Beware of Walmart. They have criminals in the resale. Oh, really? Okay, so all of this looks good. Let's go put in some numbers. So the slope is up 0.3 and plus 14. Let's get the rest of that first, though. Flaps are going to be 13, so flaps are 13. We're going to have a long cruise today, so I'm kind of speeding through this. We'll have time to catch up. Okay, so that looks good. Temperature, flex temperature is 59 degrees. Now we'll do slope. How long? I think it's 7 years, 6, 7, 8 years, something like that. I kind of lost count. Slope is plus 0.3 and plus 1.4 for wind. Plus 0.3 is slope and plus 14 is our headwind. The outside air temperature here is 3 degrees Celsius. So 3 and the C is needed. And speeds for takeoff. The iPad says 149, 156, 170. 149, 156, and 170. We are squawking mode Charlie. I'm going to turn on the bacon. Or the beacon. And since ATC called it a day, let's go CTAF space KATL. The Atlanta CTAF is 119.1. 119.1. 119.1. Looking good. And then we'll need 122.8. Looking good. Beacon is on. Everything's good. Let's finish this checklist. So speed band is now set with a taxi speed. Taxi speed is displayed. Some goofy guy and cameras there. So speeds are set, and so's the taxi speed. Altimeters checked, 2991. Fuel. We've checked our fuel. Our fuel is set at 56.6. The ST status is checked. System modes are auto. Takeoff data is inserted. Auto brakes to TO. And speed brakes armed. I think we're ready to go. Shall we depart? Ospina, thank you for a follow. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start.
Out we go.
Push is completed and
Before start checklist, cabin is secured, mobile phones are off, engine ignition is not on, beacon is on, system modes are auto, parking brake is off. Let's go get an ignition turned on. Oh, I did have one turned on. Ignition A is on. We'll wait till our wing engines are beyond the crew line here. That way, we shouldn't get any FOD, foreign object damage, sucked into the engines. Looks good. Starting engine number 3. And there's the light. Engine number 3 starts. There comes the fuel on N2. No, there's N2. Fuel's not on yet. Oil quantity is checked.
American 3275, 10 mile final runway 26 right.
16, 17, 18, and fuel. There we go. Engine number 3 is starting. And we're getting a good start on that engine. Starting engine number 1. And engine number 1 is starting. We'll also keep an eye over here on the oil of engine number 3. Make sure it doesn't go down. Otherwise, we have a giant oil leak, and that's not good. Parking brakes on. Resetting graphics, and the game freezes because you can't even get the game going. So Tisak, you're not even able to get this thing going. Okay, all of that looks good. Captain Chris is going to call it a night. Good night, Captain Chris. Oh my gosh, the alarm in 5 hours. Oh, get to sleep, Captain Chris. Thank you for being here. Have a great night. Hope your January's off to a good start. We'll see ya. And good luck with that early wake-up call. Sphinx music. Yep, MD11 time. And let's go and start one more engine. Up, forgot fuel. Too busy looking at other things. There we go, there's fuel. We'll turn off the radars for now. No, radar is off. We'll just turn the screen off. Good start on that engine. Yeah, you gotta have that fuel. It is one of those things. The light goes on. So engine number 2, the one up in the tail starting. Yep, Sphinx music. Got to have that fuel on, and you should actually have it on the right at the right time. 11:12. Inga from Lufthansa Cargo starts her engines at 18%, 17, 18, and fuel. There we go. 3 engines looking really good here. Turn off the APU bleed. APU bleed is going off, and so is the APU. Flaps are now going to be flaps 13. Auto brake, speed brakes are set, so after start checklist, APU is off. Anti-ice is not needed. System modes remain in auto. Let's go ahead and do FMS speed, nav, and profile. And now you can see these guys are all armed. So all of that looks good. Let's taxi. So sit back, taxi light, parking brake. All right, coming out here. We'll come out at Alpha 13, Alpha cross 26 right, Bravo to 26 left. We can make that work. That's right, we don't need fuel. We've got solar power. Before takeoff checklist, flight controls. Flaps, spoilers, trim, and the EAD. Uh-oh, stabilizer trim is not set.
American 3275, clear runway 26
So
right,
stabilizer
56
trim. Nose up, it's going to be 6.2. .2, trim is set. Hot land of traffic, FedEx 441s and MD-11 coming out of FedEx land on the north side. Alpha 13 and Alpha. We'll make sure nobody's landing on 26 right. Cross that to Bravo, departing 26 left. Hotlanta. Always like to call it Hotlanta. Make sure nobody's coming out over there. Nobody's over there. I think we're actually, we own this airport right now. Tisak says that Windows 11 may not allow the smooth running of FSX. Such a monster airplane. It does. It really does have a bit of a majestic look to it, doesn't it? You know. I don't hear anybody on finals. Atlanta traffic, FedEx 441 crossing 26 right at Alpha, Atlanta. Final check. I don't see landing lights. Final check. Don't see takeoff lights. We're golden. The EAD box is green. This basically is your takeoff config check. That little green box. If the little box is green, then you're configured properly for departure. Landy says, did I press auto flight? No. I'm going to try. I just learned about doing that today. So I was going to try and do the auto flight button when I do strobes. I'm going to try and remember those two together. That's just the way my twisted little brain works. So, landed traffic. FedEx 441 is an MD-11 taxiing onto runway 26 left. And departing to the west, we will be RNAV to Snuffy, Atlanta. Okay, so I just announced, so strobes, and then we're going to go and press the auto flight button. So I just did it then. I'm trying to do those together. I generally try with airplanes to try and do tasks in groups of things. It kind of helps. That's right, it wasn't set correctly. Sam, this is default. This is default scenery. Whoopi 2017 from Twitch. Oh, you are Whoopi 2017. Oh yeah, if you've got premium, if you got YouTube premium going small bats, enjoy that. I keep my YouTube premium for that reason too. Of course, you realize we're going to make a little Whoopi with a name like Whoopi. Damn, where's the button for the... the drums didn't work on time. Timing is everything, right? All right, shall we get out of here? All right, throttle's going up about halfway. Throttles are stable. Up, up, and away. And there we go. $80 knots. V1, hands off the throttles, and rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. Betty is still with us. Hasn't abandoned ship yet. RNAV to Snuffy. And centering up our flight directors. Let's get the AP helping us out here. We're usually kind of busy now. Now this is a lot sooner than the real pilots, but I don't have a co-pilot, so flaps up. There's flaps retract. I was a little soon on that. I thought it turned green. Continue the climb. Atlanta traffic. FedEx 441 Heavy is now clear of runway 26 left, departing to the west and the south. Over to Unicom. Happy landings, Atlanta. Now it's almost time for slats retract. And there's slats retract right there. It turns green. Betty is still keeping those stabilizers in motion. Slats going up. I'm going to continue the climb since there's no ATC, so continue the climb to flight level 340. Flight level 340. After takeoff items, flaps are up. Let's reset the flaps. Dial a flap to 15. So flaps are up. Auto brakes off. Speed brakes disarmed. Over to performance. FMGC over to progress. And there is Snuffy continuing the climb. 8,000 feet. Now it's Slaw. And a very nice departure out of Hotlanta. That one actually felt pretty good. Okay, 10,000 feet. Landing lights. Off. Nose light. Off. Seat belts. Auto. And away we go. Some pretty big clouds up here in the Atlanta area today. Wonder if they're expecting some weather later on. Some of them look like they're kind of piling up a little bit. Says a few clouds today. And then there's rigs. Uh-oh, I forgot to do transponder to Terra. I forgot that one. Oh well. There's rigs. And map can go out another click for cruise. There's Rivet. Captain Chris, welcome back. Captain Chris is back in. The other Captain Chris. Iowa Scotsman, welcome, welcome. Passing 14,000 feet, transition's going to be 18,000 feet. This Captain Chris is the Italian Captain Chris. Let's see. Jesus Otuno is back in chat. Very unacceptable. I forgot a button. But I do come properly equipped with in-flight beverages. So when we forget buttons, we make up with our in-flight beverages. Flying Winnebago, you gonna head to the train now? Is it time to head out? Safe travels on the train, Flying Winnebago. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening, and we will keep the sheep off the runway. Daniel is back in chat. Hi, Daniel. Oh, you're not that late. If you are, you weren't able to jump in, we are flying from Atlanta down to Miami. So if you wanted to fly along, you could pick up the flight. For now, you could pick up a flight around Pensacola. You could depart out of Pensacola or Jacksonville. Jackson Hole's the other way. But you could pick up a flight at Jacksonville, Florida, and continue on down to Miami with us. Small Bats wants Coke with the pretzels, and bonsoir, Moustache. Welcome, welcome. Cheers to you. 18,000 feet, so press the middle. And we have standard altimeter. Speed's coming on up. And we'll continue the climb.
Stabilize their motion.
Betty remains aboard. I'm going to increase the map to 20 miles now. Yeah, so right now, to give you an idea of where we are, come over here. So, yeah, Pensacola's a nice departure. If you're really coming in, like right now, you could also pick us up at Columbia, South Carolina. And we'll just continue down the West Coast. Been trying to make sure that I check an important number on longer flights, and that's this one right here. It's minimum takeoff fuel. And our minimum takeoff fuel, we should have looked to make sure that we do have 50,247 pounds of fuel. Always supposed to look at that number before you go. And I've got 51,200, so we still, even after a takeoff and a little flying, we still have more than enough fuel to make it down to Miami. Uh, 6 minutes to top of climb. Miami is 563 miles to the south. Hi, Derek. When's the optimal time to activate the approach on the McDo? It's kind of one of those things that I think is different for every arrival, you know, different for everyone. I think that if you activate the arrival no less than 20 miles out, no more than 40. Again, it also...
Traffic, W13, 20 taxiing, runway 26 bus 5, Foxtrot 1, Echo, Atlanta.
We need to go to 122.8. I didn't switch my tower frequency. But the thing is every arrival is a little bit different. And another thing for us flight sim pilots is workload. So if you're coming in and you're coming into a Frankfurt Friday and they're making you turn 30 degrees to the right and slow down to 280 knots, then speed up to 210 knots and turn another 32 degrees to the right, maybe you don't have time to turn it on between 20 and 40 miles out. So you can turn it on whenever you need to. I don't think that there's a penalty to turning it on too soon. I think there is one probably turning it on too late. That can be a problem. I am going to go and just step away for 30 seconds. Give me just 30 for my little run over to the office. Be right back. All right, thank you. We have a little weather system that's coming in, and I noticed things are starting to get cooler. So I needed to go and bump the thermostat a little bit and put on something just a little bit warmer. Jeff, the Hawkeye guy, is back in chat. Flight Sim 2024 was a bust. I couldn't get the bindings set on my Velocity 1, no brakes, no reversers. Really? So are you going to be using 2020 for now? Okay, it says you're going to be doing that. Daniel Aviation Queen Lurson. Did I say that? So it's Danielle. And you're passing out assorted drinks and snacks. Well, we're having spy tea today. Let's see. What do we got up here? Everything ready? And everything looks good up here. We just don't have the logo light on. The rest of our lights are good. All of this looks good. We are 524 miles out of runway 26 right. Our estimated fuel for landing is 33,000 pounds. Estimated time of landing, excuse me, is going to be 2313 Zulu. So you can see there's the current time. It's 2201. So an hour and 12 minutes of flying time before landing. I see Houston's up, Charlotte's up right now. Charlotte has tower and ATIS up. Jeff is going to stay in 2020 when I have more patience. Yes, the patience part is important. You can you can go for the 2024 adventure when your patience quotient is a little bit higher, right? That sometimes is quite the determining factor for you know, things with computers, right? Roddy was having a hard time figuring out reverse thrust. I never heard of the double tap on that before, though. Land is pretty quiet today. So we got a little Houston activity going on, and it looks like Miami called it a day. Well, that's okay. We're going to have an incredible amount of ATC. We're flying out tomorrow as we're going to be doing a double VATSIM event, Paris to Frankfurt. That's going to be crazy. Stefano is now a channel member over on YouTube. Hi, Stefano. Thank you for being a channel member. That means one thing. Each day that we fly, first thing in the morning, I do sort of like the pre-flight rundown of what we're going to be doing with our first flight. We take a look at the weather, and then kind of look at all the charts for the first flight and say, okay, we're going to do this, this, and this. So today it was kind of silly because we were, you know, taking MD-11s into Paro, which was of course insane. But Flight Simmer's going to do that every now and then. But so that's something that you'll get by being a secret agent. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate the extra support. Passing, so hold flight level 340. Nothing really to worry about here. 122.8. Since there's no ATC in Miami, CTAF KMIA. Typing is hard. So Miami CTAF is 118.3, and we will need 118.3. Jeff the Hawkeye guy, I can get the A330 in the air, fly like a champ at landings. Hey, look, landings are always the hard part. You know, I used to be doing really good with my landings and stuff, but lately, my landings have just been really, really bad. One of the things that I've found to do is I'm changing some of the sensitivities on my flight stick and my rudder pedals. Slave Son just hit follow over on YouTube. I don't think I ever got alerts working today. I don't think I got the Streamlabs alerts working. Let me do that. There we go. The alerts should work a little bit better now. Roddy's got rudder pedals and a throttle quadrant. Those work really good. Talking about, you know, I mean, there's nobody around me or anything like that. There's no ATC. So we could actually look at that for a second. And this is, I'm finding something that's kind of important. So hit escape. We're going to go to settings this time. And we're going to go to controls. And let's go on over to, let's go to the wind control here. And let's come on over and we're going to click this one. Create, duplicate, delete lot. Well, this is not the one. Oh, you do it over here. That's right. Hardware settings. So you can see that this is, those are my settings right now. I've got a little bit of a dead zone here. And I've been at minus 0.39. I want to increase this today. So I'm going to increase this to, it's 0.4. I'm going to increase this to 0.5. And add just a little bit more of a little bit more slushy here. So 0.5 and 0.50, excuse me. So I'm going to do both of those, go back, and I'm going to save that. And now let's go back in and catch up the flight. I think that that might help a little bit. You know what I also want to do? Let's look at one more of those, okay? I want to do one more change. Let's go to settings and controls. And we're going to go to MFG crosswinds, hardware settings. And there's these. Oh, these aren't set at all. I'm going to go and I'm going to make these a little bit mushier too. We're going to set them all. And it's supposed to be a minus. Minus 0.5. Not 1.5. 0.5. I'm typing too fast. Okay, so I thought I had that one set. Okay, I like that one a little bit better. Now I'd like to apply that to all the airplanes right now. Yep. All right. So I've really been wanting to cut those back a little bit. And one of the things is I found that as I've started to mess with those little sensitivity curves a bit, I'm not over controlling the airplane, which is partly what I do, is over control. So one of the things is if you feel like you're having trouble with takeoffs and landings and stuff, that's going to help you with over controlling this. At least I think so. Let's see. Daniel is taking off at KVAD Airport. Vidalia. It's like the Vidalia onions. Is that the one in Georgia, Daniel? Matthew, you can open the control settings without pausing. I think, Dan, yeah, I think you're right. We can do that by coming up here, right? It's one of these. So we kind of click this one. I think that was it. Nope, that's how we add things to this. That's how we add things. Let's see. Stefano is back. Greetings back to Italy. Ciao, ciao, Stefano. Thanks for coming in. Hope you had Thursday. It's almost weekend time, so it's time to start getting into the weekend mood again. Yeah, there is a way, like you said, you're right. You can open the control settings without pausing. It's always the little controller icon. It's this right here. That's right. That's how we do it. So let's just go back here and look at the wind control. So that is the Ursa Minor. Hardware settings and 0.5, 0.5. So that looks really good. And the MFG crosswinds and hardware settings, and come on down here. Now we could also do the brakes. I don't do that much with the brakes, so I'll just leave those as flat right now. But yeah, that's right. I totally forgot we could do that. That's really cool. Let's see. Lofter, it's the controller icon. Thank you. And Jeff, the Hawkeye guy, says cheers from Michigan. Daniel is in the 747-800 at UPS Cargo. And there's a 20-mile range. We can increase this one more click. And we are direct to Frogs. So we're direct to the beginning of the star. And we are 311 miles south of 309 miles north of top of descent. So now with increased sensitivities, it's going to be real. I almost want to start my landing now just to see how those work. And I'm trying to have the sensitivities the same throughout all the airplanes, although that's probably not too terribly realistic. See right by the doorknob there. Caution, step down. Okay, good news. Tom Hanks is not aboard. So, bad news. They didn't put any pizza out for us. Bad news. There's no pizza. Be sure you step up. Certificate of Sanitary Construction. Here is our registration for our airplane. And there is an airworthiness certificate. We are airworthy. Very good that we are all airworthy. Cool. Good afternoon, Paul. Welcome home. Hey, congratulations, home from work. One more day and it's your weekend, right? But yeah, Jesus, so Torino, or Turno, sorry, I butcher names all the time. Sorry about that. Yep, it looks like our inspections are all good and the airplane is approved flight. Hearsay, pizza cheers to you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm ready for some of that kind of weekend food too. Sadly, no, you're working Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Oh my gosh. You've got a long shift. You've got a long shift for sure. No changes there. Looks like we're still going to have the same amount of fuel for landing. Mustache says it's time for beer cheers. Santiago says hi. Cheers to you. Very tasty spy tea. CTAF in Miami is 118.3. Let's see. We can do some cool ACARS things. So we can go and hit the ACARS button, and we can do WX, and we can get a METAR for KMIA, Miami. Pop that in there and send it. And then click your messages, and you can see that we've got the latest METAR. So we got the METAR for Miami all ready to go. Winds right now are 320 at 13, gusting to 27. 10 miles visibility, few clouds at 3,000 feet. It's 16 degrees, the altimeter 2991. No bird activity in the vicinity of the airport. Santiago was watching the Top Gun movies today. Those are movies I have not seen in a long time. Uh-oh. Are we off course? We're direct to frogs. From Honed to frogs. It blew off a whole bunch of waypoints in here. We're direct to frogs here. It blew off all of this from Honed. I must have screwed up something putting that in because it blew off everything. Honed, iPoke, Snappy, Nikki, Bromo. I'm sure it was my fault. So far, so good today, Paul. Thank you for asking. I hope you did really good. Yeah, Jeff, we have lots of beer cheers and wine cheers and tea cheers, and if it's cold outside, even hot chocolate cheers. But let's see if the temperature's going down yet. We're expecting, oh yeah, clouds are coming in and the temperature's going down. So we have a little weather system coming on in here, and it's definitely going to cool us off, and there's a slight chance of a little bit of snow outside. It's not going to be big, not going to last. Daniel is on VATSIM radar. So we're direct to frogs. It blew off the whole arrival. I must have forgotten a transition in. I must have forgotten a transition coming in. Well, no ATC, so I don't think we're going to get yelled at about that. Jeff says look at VATSIM radar. Always like an extra little bit of cheers here. First flight tomorrow, it's a double VATSIM event. So if you look over on VATSIM events here for tomorrow, we're doing Paris by night and Frankfurt Friday. So we're getting started a little bit early on that. So I think that that's not necessarily a bad thing. Frankfurt Friday starts at 19, Paris at 19:30. I don't know. Usually if you go into Frankfurt, there's going to be ATC even before the event, before it gets really crazy. Don't know. We'll see. I don't think we've departed from Paris in a long time to see what's going on there. But this will be an incredibly busy VATSIM event. So be ready for some hurry up and wait. I was going to fly cargo for all of those. Over on the USA side later on, we'll have Honoring the Dream. So that's Atlanta. That's an Atlanta VATSIM event that we've got going on. MFS. Okay, that's actually kind of important. Let's go to flightsim.to. because you're going to need something. The scenery is kind of brutal. The scenery is a little bit brutal. Do I need to log in here? Yep, I'm still in. Okay. So all of that looks good. Let's do sceneries. And let's search sceneries, LFPG. What you're gonna need is a fix because the scenery itself is not in the best of shape. Sometimes the search doesn't work too well. All right, here it is. FlightSim.to. Well, let's see here. This is not the fix. This add-on represents the initial release of Charles de Gaulle project continuing from the previous 2024. Key terminal changes, WestJet, Malaysia. New features include an introduction of runway guard lights and red bars. Boy, this is new. This is new because there was a Charles de Gaulle fix that I would suggest that you get. I think this is it. Nope, that's not it. Bridges, train, and collision fix. I think this is what you need. Yeah, I think this is what we're talking about. So there isn't a really good scenery for de Gaulle right now. Somebody's working on one, but you know, it's not ready. This one fixes the bridges and the trees. So like some of these bridges don't work. You could fall right into your airplane will fall to the bottom of the bridge thing, whatever. So you kind of need this one. Let's see. More snow tomorrow in Michigan. Let's see. AZ says look for Zavos LFPG. AZ says let's look at this. I think this is the one. This is an AFCAD style add-on. Make sure to review the included PDF. Does it say who this is? Yeah, this is the one that AZ says you ought to take a look at.
New recruits detected.
So AZ says no,
agent.
not that one.
Stay sharp.
Life is much more peaceful in the air. It absolutely is, Fierce Knight. That's one of the reasons why I really like this. So AZ says not this one. Let's see if there's more. LFPG Charles de Gaulle 2025. Terrain fix. So not sure which one you're talking about. There's a good Rome scenery. Yeah, we got that Rome scenery recently, and it was pretty good. Would we go to SECL? We'll go practically anywhere. We'll go practically anywhere. I'm just going to go and check in and see if my message got a quick reply from Wind Control. Nope, not yet. They'll probably check in tomorrow. AZ's going to put it in Discord. I'll go look for it over in Discord. I'm going to assume that you're going to pop that in. Okay, AZ says this is what AZ wants us to look at for Charles de Gaulle. Microsoft 2024. And AZ says to go grab this one. This one actually, this looks really nice. It's good for both 2020 and 2024. So this looks like a really good one. So why don't we plan on using this tomorrow? I'm going to go ahead and grab mine with Wind Sailor. Makes it a little easier to to pop in. Ryan 83 Bravo has been having a little bit of some travel, not real troubles and stuff, but Ryan just made it into Mexico City. It was a longer trip. Okay. I'm going to get, thanks AZ, I got it. So AZ says try this one. Oh, come on. It wants us to read them. AZ, that one looks like it's really quite nice. So I just have to get re-logged in there. I use a little thing here called Windsurfer, and Windsurfer is pretty cool. It will automatically go and download it, unpack it, and put it someplace. So we're going to go and get the scenery that AZ suggests we use. And it'll auto install. Now I'm going to go and put this over in add-on linker. AZ said there was also a really good OMDB. I think we've got, wasn't there a payware that we all picked up for OMDB recently? I think we got one of those. Okay, and so it's all downloaded. So in this case, now that Wind Sailor's done this, what I would do is go and get a folder browser. And let's go to a little folder that I call add-ons. And you see it says Wind Sailor add-ons here. There is the scenery. So you just bump it up a line. Then bump this into scenery. And now we're done. And now what we do is to go and make it active for tomorrow. Just get add-on linker. Yeah, Mountain Man. Yeah, I think it was at AnyBuilds. I think it was. AnyBuilds got the OMDB. I know we've been there. I think we were there like when the A350 first came out. And now with add-on linker, so now LFPG, make sure I don't have anything there. Nope, nothing's loaded in the community folder. LFPG, come over here. And if you look and see, I've got two of them. Here's one called Stalex fixes. This is what I used to use. Here's the new one, Zabos. We're going to make that active. And now it's going to be over here, so we'll have that scenery all ready for tomorrow. Let's see. AZ says 25 Canadian on Marketplace. That is the OMDB payware, right? Does it? If it's 25 Canadian, it should also come with a free box of 10 bits. And over to performance. 143 miles from top of descent. Really would be nice if they do a little work on the electronic flight bag here, get the charts working a little better. It also can be a little bit cranky with certain things. Coming in, looks like Tampa has an ATIS up right now. So we're about ready to fly over Tampa. Orlando is just off to the east. That's right, it should have a box of Timbits. That's how you get people to order stuff, if you offer free Timbits. And if you're new and wondering if you're in Canada, there's a place to go called Tim Hortons, and they get their donut holes are called Timbits. Mountman says it's a work in progress, as so many things are. Colin is actually working on the EFB right now. That's great. I think that that's kind of, I mean, there's not many weak points to this airplane anymore. I think it's just polishing some stuff, but it flies great. It really does. And I know I've really enjoyed this, but then this is also one of my favorite airplanes. Ooh, we got a nice little sunset off on the horizon too. That's really pretty cool. And a little bit of reflection on the water out there too. AZ got a box of 40 Timbits for dinner. Well, I think you can have like too much of a good thing. I've never had a big problem with moderation. You know, the few times that I've done any kind of excess or anything like that has been a good learning experience. I would imagine a major sugar rush. Well, a box of 40? Holy cats. Good evening, Dad Game Time. Welcome aboard. Let's see. We are, since there's no ATC, so we're going to come in over here at Winter. If we decide to, we could come over and snag runway 30 at Winter. That would be actually a better landing for us. So why don't we switch runways to runway 30? How about runway 30? Do you read the POH of each aircraft or watch videos? It's a man, my voice is. It's a combination of both. I will do, I'll look through POHs. I don't have time to read them the way I would like to, but I will look through them, and then I will watch usually a cold and dark video if it's a new airplane I've never used before to learn how to fly it, but other than that. Okay, we're going to flip it to runway 30. We're still on the Frog's arrival. We'll use that transition. I think I screwed up by not coming up there. Honed. Cox. How about Sabi? And back to nav. Cool. Got that done. Hi, Dad. Game time. But yeah, I try to. I just don't do it that often. Toops is back in chat. Frogs is a west arrival landing 30. Coastal is 26 right. So we should have planned on this runway in the first place, right, Toops? This one is for runway 30. And in fact, we've got our top of descent here. So 5,000 feet. We got profile going, so 5,000 feet. And that should be our descent. One of the hard parts, so the question about reading a pilot's operating handbook for flight simming and stuff like that is if they're almost all real world airplane books, right? All the real world handbooks for whatever airplane you're looking at. The thing is, you know, no simulator is going to simulate everything in an airplane. It just isn't, right? It isn't going to do everything. And so the problem that you run into is the more complex the airplane, you end up spending a lot of time reading over things that you're never going to do in the simulated airplane. Now, is it great to look at those things? Yes, it is. That being said, you know, if you've only got a certain amount of time to look through this and you've got to get up to speed on a complex airplane like this, reading through like 3 pages of stuff that you would do in the real airplane that isn't modeled in the fake airplane gets a little bit old. And that's the hard part about this. You know, I love watching some of the cold and dark YouTube videos from the real world pilots, but they tend to spend an awful lot of time on the, well, in the real airplane, we're going to do this. And Lux Stereo has a channel over on YouTube, and it's FlyLex, FLYLAX. And FlyLex was talking about this on his channel the other day, and I thought it was really good. I like listening to them, but the problem that you kind of find out is they'll hop down rabbit holes that will never ever be something that we do in the sim. And you know, if they want to do a video about the real world airplane, that's great. But if I've got to spend, you know, 5 to 10 minutes listening to all the things that we'll never do in the sim that they do in the real airplane, not everybody has all that kind of time. So, be right back. I've got to go and bump the thermostat up. It's starting to get chilly in here. Yeah, temperatures are dropping. That's why the voice is freezing up. Don't go away. That's much better. I had it turned way down because it was warm. Tissac, so now I have no viable options for your current computer availability because your laptops both have Windows 11 and you're not able to go back to Windows 10, and so that means you can't fly FSX. Is that it? You need to find a PC that someone's selling that has Windows 10. Dad Game Time found an MD-11 jacket. Really? An MD-11 jacket. Uh-oh. I don't think we have top of descended. I hit the profile button. I think we passed top of descent. There we go. There, it's catching it. Performance. There we go. We're in descent. Mountain Man wants to send some weather. Can't believe it's 80 here. Hey, we've been we had the past 2 days in the 60s. It was almost 60 today. And you know, today this is getting back to normal for this time of year. You know, we're going to start to finally see the temperatures drop the way they're supposed to. There's a little bit of snow possible. I think it was very small chance. Let's see if that's changed at all. Big Bill. 20%. Well, they did put in a high wind warning for winds gusting to 55 miles an hour. And, well, we do have a little bit of moisture out there. Most of it's to the south of us going into Wyoming, though, which is about normal for us. We're usually on the edge here. So winds gusting to 55 miles an hour. That'll make for some fun landings. But, yeah, Mountain Man. Yeah, I think that I always talk about needing to go and make a move and stuff like that. I am probably going to need to also look at a place that's a little bit warmer. Just a little bit warmer. Wabi says it's minus 20 with a full blizzard of snow in northwest Ontario right now. No kidding. But Wabi, you know, you just pop on down to the neighborhood Timmy's and you got freshly made Timbits. So, I mean, it's great in Canada. And everything is right as rain here. Let's go ahead and we can put in minimums. We're going to go for runway 30, and minimums are 258 feet. So 258 over here. Go to Paro, and 258 feet. $258. Good. Wabi's got, you have double doubles right now. Oh, really? So you're all set and ready for the evening. Are they freshly cooked and hot, or did you get them a little later? Daniel is descending. Jeff the Hawkeye. Am I doing any more flying after this leg? Well, if it warms up, yeah. If I can get the apartment warmer, my voice will just lock up if it gets too cold. What time is it? It's actually kind of early. We could go and take a bus. So we're expecting the wind to start picking up here. We could do my milk run, which is Denver to Billings. We could do Denver to Billings and see if it's really as windy and if there's snow that starts developing. Double double is a coffee. 2 cream, 2 sugar. That's what we call it. It's Timmy's coffee. We're in the MD-11 now. I've been in the MD-11 twice. I would probably fly something a little bit different. Private Young is back in chat. Welcome in. This airport's not that great. What's the weather like over at the one that we like here in Montana? What's happening in the Bow Zone? Private Young is doing oh my gosh, you got a long flight. So high wind warning here. Is there any snow in the western part? KBCN. No, nothing over there. That's actually boring. Let's see here. Anything else up right now? We got LA, SeaTac is still up. Chicago's up. So Chicago is up. We could go, there's a little gap here, but we could go from Toronto down to Chicago or Chicago out to Toronto. Tubbs lives in Helena. Have you got anything? Have you got any weather in Helena right now? Let's see. We've got a great Bozeman. Salt Lake to Bozeman in the E-Jets. Well, actually, Helena's got some snow. You've got a little snow there, but it looks like it's moved out of your area. Looks like, yeah, it's moved on from you. So you probably already got, Tubbs, you've already got your temperatures dropped, right? Yours is already what? 39, and it's clearing behind the weather system now. So my guess is you're good. I haven't done any I haven't done anything with the E-Jets. I haven't done anything with the E-Jets navigation data, and that's kind of a pain in the butt. Let's see. V. Castillo, Private Young, and November 321. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Good evening, November 321. Preparing for a super cold morning in Florida. Wow, 30 degrees. That's unusual for you. Vegas to San Francisco. Miami, I misspelled it. So let's see. There is Vegas. So you want to go Vegas to San Francisco? San Francisco's up. San Diego is up. We could do a nice flight into San Diego with nice ATC. So we've got we'd have full ATC into San Diego. So yeah, dead game time. I probably said that the wrong way. What's Vegas doing? Departure runway, one right and one left. So departure runways are one right and left, and that might be nice, and there would be ATC the whole way. So that might be really good. No, not a whole new airport. The next command isn't updated. I'm doing that right now. We were in San Francisco recently, so yeah, we're going to do one more. It's a little bit early. Okay, I've got that updated. And you can take the biggest airplane that you want or the littlest airplane that you want. So Vegas to San Diego. (28 to 21). Airplanes handling the descent just fine. Airplanes handling the descent just fine. So San Diego, Vegas to San Diego. We always arrive in Vegas. This should be a neat departure. So departing to the north, so we should get to make a nice departure and a cool turn. A cool turn over the sphere. We didn't fly. We actually took the MD-11 into Bhutan. We took this really, really big airplane and landed and went to Paro. We've got, we're starting out though, Paris to San Diego. So that should be a good flight tomorrow. I think, yeah, you go right above the strip on that. I think, yeah, I think it does. Private Young says you've got to be sure and get one right for departure. So there's full ATC. I don't think it's crazy ATC. So if you're just getting started on VATSIM, you might think about giving it a try. And remember, if you just feel like, no, I'm not having fun, this is too much work, don't worry about it. Just disconnect. You're fine. I'm probably going to take a baby bus on this one. I'm going to need an airplane that's a little bit automated here for this last one. It looks like the weather is fairly nice for all of that. Fairly clear skies, a little bit breezy here and there, but that's about it. I'm starting to go as we come on in. One of the things that I like to do is check all the different browsers, because sometimes I get like 2 or 3 browsers open, and close as many as I can. Daniel, we're going to go for runway 30. Runway 30. Lofter is going to take the E175. We've got a 77 knot crosswind. That's why we're so crabby right now at Cleat. Bringing the map a click. We have to be at 15,000 feet or above at Barben. If you depart on one right, the radar 2 is the departure over the whole city. So that's the one we want to be sure to get when we do our flight plan. Is one right and the radar 2 departure. Okay, we're just south of Tampa now. So we're going to start our run. Now is not the time to have an engine failure because we are over alligator territory. Can you land the MD-11 at KMIA? You could. I put it into the title the wrong way. We were typing fast and working hard, so we do have another one. It's going to be KLAS to KSAN. And everything else is pretty well set for the arrival. Don't think we need this anymore. Final reserve and alternate is 18,000. We're going to have 33,000, so we're good. Travis is in Jamaica, Portland. That's right. Sam says they have rattlesnakes and spiders and Gila monsters. But you do have really good tea. The Arizona tea. Yeah, I don't know if we could do, well, you know, we got it into Paro. I had a little bit of a heavy, you know, I had a little problem with the brakes, but other than that, everything seemed to be pretty good. We had a nice landing, actually. The touchdown was one of the better ones that I've had. Nitram, yes, you are going to be on tower at EDDF. Really? Well, we could flip it around, and how about NitRam if we depart out of Frankfurt tomorrow, and we'll go to Paris. That way, you'll have a whole bunch of spies in chat. So we could flip it around if you're going to be on tower tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll be on our best behavior. We can do that. Plus, we know that you'll have really great CPDLC. So I'm going to flip those two around. So that will be a nice one. And NitRam, we'll see you on your frequency. Oh, jeez. Actually, though, the thing is, this airplane holds really, really well. We took this airplane into Vectors to Copenhagen on Monday, and this airplane held like a champ. Just no problems at all. So Frankfurt to Paris is our first one tomorrow. Kiwi is back in chat. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome back in. So we'll all meet at Frankfurt Cargoland. Well, you don't have to fly cargo. Here we are at Frogs, and our descent's going pretty good. We do flights in the Middle East. We're not there that much. Partially because the VATSIM events that we go to, when we're flying, those VATSIM events are usually over. Sunjammer says good night. Good night, Sunjammer. Happy jamming along. It wanted speed brakes. We were having to descend a little bit here. And we got a slowdown coming up too. Not much radar activity. So whenever you see flights you think it would be a good spy flight, we have actually some really nice ones. So drag looks good there. Did we get 15? Flaps are 15, so that's already set too. Oh, I see the Atlantic over there. So we've got to be getting close. We've got to slow down to 250 knots here. Sam says that Arizona tea is not made in Arizona. It's made in New York City. What? It's like Newcastle isn't made in Newcastle anymore. It's terrible. We usually do a long haul when VATSIM is doing a long haul, but that's about it. Inchworm, there you go, New York City. Really? Made in New York City? That's, oh my gosh. We usually will do that. Dad game time. Yeah, dial a flap is hilarious to me. But I also think it's a really neat idea so that you get the exact flap setting that you need depending upon what you need there. And almost time for slats extend. And slats. And speed brakes back down. Auto brakes medium. And speed brakes are armed. I think it is. I don't know how actually it worked in practice. I don't know about in practice how it worked, but I think it's a great idea. you know, just to give you more flexibility in your flap settings. Now, you know, maybe you really don't need it. I mean, in the Airbus, we got what? Flaps 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's pretty much it. So, I don't know whether you need that kind of flexibility. .3 is CTAF. Daniel's going to 2-6 left. Yeah, now we got to have a quick look here. Okay, and as usual with the spy fly, ATC went offline. Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. All right, we've got, you're going into Miami, you're going into Miami. Here we are, we're gonna make a turn to the south too. I think we're gonna be just fine, but we're gonna keep this out. Now, is this one going in? Are they turning or are they leaving? Nope, they're leaving. What's this one doing? This one is coming in, but that one I believe is going on a north runway. I think we're all just fine. We just fly our flight and we're gonna be good. Let's see. Iqbal Salma, did I say that right? From Borneo Island. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, Daniel, I figured that was you on the north end of the airport. Okay, everything looks good here. How is our speed? We are at 250 knots. That's good. We got CTAF up. That's all good too. Let's do cabin signs. Cabin signs. Such a big airplane. We'll be in something a little smaller and a little more sporty, but I really want to try those little tweaks that I made in the controls just to see how they work. See if that doesn't feel a little bit better. I think it's a lot easier to over control a simulated airplane than a real airplane. Hi, Miami Airport. There's our runway right there. There's an airplane on final right there, just coming in. Chrissy Bassan, did I say that right? Can you do a barrel roll? Not really in an airplane like this. And certainly not this low, otherwise we would go augering into the ground, and that could be a problem. Okay, still 250 knots. That looks good. We're going down to 5,000 feet at Winter. It's going to be 3,000 feet at Oldie, and I think all of that's good too. All right, let's see. Landing lights can go on. Landing lights are on. Iqbal Salman just became a subscriber on YouTube. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. SK Lubo is back in chat. Positive energy from Slovakia. Thank you. We'll take all the positive energy we can get, and I try so hard to send that back out through the live stream. Welcome on in. Flights have been doing good. Hope you're doing well. It's been fairly nice today. We're slowly getting everything set. I've got localizer, no glide slope yet. Gonna make it to 5,000 feet. There's glide slope. How about a loop-de-loop? Like a loop like that? I don't know how these airplanes handle things like that. You know, Big J, welcome aboard. You got the 737. Big J, we're going to do Vegas to San Diego next. That might be a perfect flight for your 737 today, Big J. These just are not airplanes that you're going to want to do those kinds of things in. I think you're just going to end up crashing. Let's turn on local lights. And our descent's looking pretty good. All right, I've got one airplane over on runway 30. I doubt we can see them. We've got too many clouds, but they're probably right about out here. Can we see them on TCAS? No. They're just coming over the island right now. We should be able to see them. Austin says the brew goes down. Guinness, Cold Smoke, Newcastle, basically any kind of an amber. But I'm not doing that much in terms of brew these days. Okay, that airplane should basically be off of our... There they are. There they are right there. You can see their anti-collision line. Okay, looks good. Let's go ahead and take control of heading. Heading hold is ours. And we're going to descend and maintain 3,000 feet. So 3,000 feet, and I would like my speed. Let's go to 210 on the speed now. There's 210 on the speed. And flaps 15. Flaps are 15. Okay, auto brakes, speed brakes, we're good to go. That's right, Inchworm is talking about the test pilot back in the days of the 707. And Tex did do a barrel roll, didn't tell anybody he was going to do that. Kind of got a little bit yelled at, but he said, look, dude, I'm selling airplanes. I would take one of those. I don't know. This, I don't think it's meant to do those things. SK, you took your friends to KaiTak today? 25 years. It's a great experience. Yeah. The approach between the buildings into KaiTak was amazing. Okay, let's start the turn. In we go. We're well past that one airplane, so we should be just fine coming in. Both the 707 and 727s. It was a 1G maneuver. Arthur says to stretch and hydrate and posture check. All three? Well, we're going to start with hydrate because you can never go wrong with hydration, right? And a little stretch here will help out too. Ooh, good. And posture checks a little bit all over the place for this. Yeah, the tri-jets are really cool. Okay, let's arm, approach, and landing. Get some help from the autopilot. Here's that posture check right now, so we get ready to turn the autopilot off. Okay, landing is armed, so it should snag the localizer just fine. We're at 3,000 feet. That looks good. Did we get the altimeters? Uh-oh, we didn't get the altimeters. Altimeters are... I don't remember. Eek, I don't remember those. Oh, I know why. We've already got the altimeters down here. Altimeter is 2991. Altimeters checked and set. Snagging the localizer. Into Miami we go. Reset the heading bug. All right, missed approach. Missed approach is straight ahead and then right turn to Barbara. After landing, we're going to basically roll out to the end, and then Quebec 2 will cross the 8s and into FedEx land. And takeoff and approach. VAPS 163 at 35 degrees flaps. Let's call it 165. Let's see. The Go Getters Invest. Did I say that right? Hi, Go Getters Invest. Welcome aboard. Miami traffic. Hi there. FedEx 441 is currently about 10-mile finals for runway 30. Landing Miami. Okay, we're all good? Yep. Amber goes, so we're getting close. Thanks for coming in, Go Getters Invest. Okay, this is great. How about wheels? Gear coming down. Gears down. And 4 green. Let's go to 180. Full laps. 28. Ooh, lights are just coming on today. I know, that's one of the things that I really wish that developers would just burn into their airplanes is a V1 and a rotate. Ooh, Polyot's here. Hey, Polyot, welcome aboard. Did you survive the party? Polyot went to a very big party. Had to have a tux and everything. I'm using chase plane. KB, sure am. Really enjoy chase plane too. No, it wasn't a luau. There were no lays or anything like that. And 165 to land. 165. I have no voice as the result of a lot of karaoke. Oh my gosh. Who would have thought they would be so fun and do karaoke? Check out the lights of Miami tonight. Wow. The lights and the downtown area of Miami. Now, somewhere around there, you know, Don Johnson is probably speeding around in the Testarossa. Coming up on 5-mile finals. Oh, so let's see. Okay, so what was the best food you had at the party? 165. Flaps 35. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. We're good. I forgot I agreed to present on a panel as a part of the conference. Oh, that was a fun surprise. So you also did presentation. Brad Pitt and Don Johnson are from the Ozarks. Miami traffic. FedEx 441's 4-mile finals. Landing runway 30. Miami. My guess is at this point you've had enough of blueberry juice, though. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. Wind is from the right. It's going to blow us to the left, but it's only at about 3 knots. Center is now on. I don't think that they're going to bother with us. We're on a short final. I'm also using my new settings here. It was a panel, so a moderator, myself, Visa, and somebody from the regulators were there.
400.
Hey, Mach 3 Outdoors, welcome, welcome. This is just basic weather.
300.
Metvink, it's nothing else. Just Microsoft Flight Simulator weather. My Miami has not loaded in.
200. 100. 50.
Flight
40.
slow.
30.
Flight slow.
20. 10.
Verse. Versus green. I think when I do the flyby, it cancels out my auto brakes. Airbus was there too? Oh, really? They had an A350 shaped cake made. No kidding, an A350 cake. That landing actually felt pretty good. Speed brakes down, flaps are up. Miami traffic. FedEx 441 is now clear of runway 30. We are taxiing over to FedEx land. Happy landings, Miami. Since Center just popped on, I'm going to just pop off real fast because I'm about ready to cross over some of their active runways. And we do have another flight from Vegas to San Diego. So I'm just going to get out of their way right now on that one. And we need to turn off strobes. That landing actually felt pretty good. Of course, whenever I feel like I had a good landing, it's usually rather tragic. It was minus 290, 1.13 Gs. That was actually a good landing. I'm thinking that was pretty awesome. Dead game time was a little on the heavy side. An Airbus A350 site cake. I'm trying to come up with some sort of an Airbus and a cake joke, but I really can't right now. Somehow just can't turn it into a cake. Oops, blinding everybody on the ground. Landing lights off. Taxi lights are on. Strobes are off. I would say that it was chunky. I'd call that one chunky butter. On the other hand, this is a fully loaded MD-11. So fully loaded MD-11 here, I'm basically going to say that was a really good landing. At least we got the flaps up and the speed brakes down. It was pretty hip. Cake had flower power. Ah, there we go. Yeah, a Finnair one, which is an obvious given. It was Finnair's annual conference. Okay, we don't turn on the APU coming in. And there's FedEx land right over there. My guess is there was some pretty awesome food. I don't know if you heard, so of all the party food that you got to have, what was the one that you just, thought was really, really good? What was the really great food that you got to try at their party? I'm going to be in an A319 next. It was a 6-course meal. My guess is probably there was a lot to consider. And I'm guessing that nobody was walking around handing out jelly babies. probably pretty good right there. And parking brakes, I need to get a better view for parking brakes here. Parking brakes, engine 1, engine 2, transponder, altitude reporting, and off. And did we get the nose light already off? Yep, we got that off. Now we have to come over here, go to services. We need wheel chocks. We need a GPU. Engine number 2, the one in the tail, is still on until we can get ground power plugged in. And then after that, we can do engine number 1. And we made it. Oh, got to get the beacon off. We'll do cabin signs. And the Wilson volleyballs have successfully made it to Miami. A 6-course meal. Hi, Natalia. Welcome aboard. A 6-course meal. I really don't know how I could eat a 6-course meal anymore. I become quite a lightweight in all sorts of different things, but I just don't know how I could do that. Okay, let's go ahead and get ready for just a regular passenger flight from Vegas to San Diego. So Vegas to San Diego, love this airplane. It just keeps flying better and better. Really enjoying it. I don't know. I keep looking for the Miami scenery. I have some Miami scenery. It just isn't loading in. I don't know. A 6-course Finnish meal, fish, potato, reindeer, pickled fish course, rye bread, and coffee. I don't know. That sounds kind of fishy to me. Hey, great place for a sushi bar, though. Ministry 2 days ago. You did a VATSIM flight, a little ATC. You had a little oopsie in your hell experience. Thank you for the inspiration. We all have little oopsies like that. We all have little oopsies. And that's just one of those things that happens. So don't even worry about that and jump right back in. I think the ATC has basically started to close down on VATSIM tonight. So we're going to do Vegas down to San Diego. SoCal is up. So Vegas has tower. So it's not going to be that big of a deal on this one. Should be pretty easy. I think you're right. I probably just I probably bought it from the marketplace, and it got turned off. All right, let's just go and see. I don't think we have to turn anything on here. Well, it's also Thursday, not Friday, and a lot of controllers, have to do a full day tomorrow. So, all right, so KLAS, Vegas, there's no Vegas. San Diego, okay, nothing to load in. So let's start the sim. Microsoft Flight Simulator. All right, here it comes. Let's do a flight plan. I am going to baby bus this one. Oh, so you know what that means. Stop, 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 stop. Quit, 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 quit. We need to turn on the autopilot. And the McDo. And turn on SimApp Pro. I think I got all that updated. Lofter is flying. Thank you for flying along today, Lofter. And it's always detecting new firmware here, but you go and you check this thing and take a look at the firmware update. Current firmware latest. Oh, well, there is a new one actually. 21 for the wind control FCU. So they did actually update them. There have been updates. Well, I'll worry about that off the live stream. We'll do that later. We should be able to do this flight without a problem. Now we can start Microsoft Flight Simulator. Grange 1, welcome back in. Okay, here comes the sim. Let's do Sim Brief. Now we're hoping to get the radar departure so we get to fly out over Vegas. So create a new flight. KLAS, KSAN. I'm going to do baby bus. You know what I also need to do is check and make sure that the changes that I made in my controls are consistent on this airplane too. That's right, we should be able to do this without a problem at all. Famous last words, I always end up eating them, don't I? Departure 1 right, landing runway 27. We got the radar 2 departure. That's the one we want. Looks good. Okay, fuel planning. I'm gonna board 15 minutes of fuel. It shouldn't be too big of a deal here. Generate the flight. What could possibly go wrong? On the spy flight, it usually turns out to be about anything. All right, let's see. Did we close all the flight plan files? We did, so let's get the PDF and make a copy and save it to the desktop. Current plan and desktop. I did not know that John Hurt played one of the doctors in a special Doctor Who. Never thought that. It was only like one episode or something, but I thought that was pretty cool. Okay, everything looks good there. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. Verifying if you're a human. Okay, we're going to go out at flight level 340. That sounds okay. Radar to Lucky. Should work. We're filed now. Chickening out is no longer an option. And make sure this popped in okay. Vegas to San Diego. There's the route. We're going to need that. And we'll pop this in here. Quick change from the other plan. We're departing Frankfurt tomorrow. There will be fun ATC in Frankfurt, and we want to enjoy that. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of that, and bump this up a line. And everything looks good. We don't need charts on this one. We actually don't even need the flight plan because it's all in the EFB for this plane, which is really nice. Okay, all of that looks good, and we just need to find a place to park. United Land is out here in the Delta Concourse, which I find amusing. But then again, it's the little things that we find amusing. Okay, let's see. We need to put the throttles, into Airbus mode. Haven't had them in Airbus mode for quite a while, since the MD-11 came out. This should be a very nice jazzy flight into. Let's see. All of that's done. That's done. I think it's just sit back for a second, take a breath, and watch the painfully slow loading bar of Microsoft Flight Simulator inch its way across the screen. The TCA throttle is considered a Boeing mode. So what you can do on the Thrustmaster Airbus Captain's Pack, the thing about these that was easy, the way you could do that is, so here on the TCA throttles, to go into thrust reverse mode, you lift the levers up and then you go down to reverse, right? Well, one of the things you can do is, it's really hard, but you can see there's this little dial right here. And that little dial right there, what you do is lift it and turn the dial, and that locks these levers up. And so basically you can do the whole throttle without those levers popping down. And so that's what I mean by taking it out of Boeing mode or putting it into Boeing mode. And that's what that's all about, is those little levers there. Now what you do with the wind wing, the wind control, is there's a slider here, I think. Wait a minute, no. That's the slider up here takes out the detents. These things I think are always on. I don't think you do the full thing of throttles with the wind wing. I don't know. But that's kind of what that's all about. So that, yeah, that's what I mean. I also don't only use the parking brakes with the Airbus. So some of the other airplanes don't handle the parking brakes very well. And that's kind of a thing too. Okay, almost done. Sort of. But apparently the wind wing throttle did get sent back, so it was lost somewhere. And so maybe we'll have an opportunity to have it redelivered. Hey, Manafee. Manafee wants to fly the 737-900. Almost done. Loading world data. Loading world data takes not as long. So I'm guessing if you're doing the 900, that means that you're flying, that means you're probably doing Flight Sim 2020. Tim Dog says that this would also be a Southwest flight. So that means you get credit as a Southwest captain, right? You get credit for that. All right, let's go get the favorite bus. And it's going to be a 319. Found just putting the numbers in is the best way to get it. There we go. And save and go back. And we're going to do KLAS. That means you're going to be over at the main terminal, not out on the Delta concourse, because Southwest is over on the other side of the highway. Usually wait until the map loads, downloads like this, and we can kind of start to zoom in. Okay, nobody's there. How about this gate? There we go. Start. I have a feeling... Oh, wait a minute. We were going to take the MD-11 on Frankfurt. I was going to say, it's been a while since... we had an Air Berlin flight, but we'll just do Lufty Cargo Frankfurt to Paris. I'm sure they need, well, I don't know. I guess Lufthansa Cargo would probably not be carrying a big load of Wilson volleyballs. That would need to be a FedEx flight. And it's going to be light. We don't have to adjust the time in the light deprived time that we're all living in. There we go. That looks good. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. Up, the ground crew's plugging in our ground power. Come on, ground power. There's ground power that magically got plugged in. And this is going to be, and we're in A319, and connect to VATSIM. And now that Polyot is back from the party and fully recovered, we should get Volanta going as quick as we can. Otherwise, the Volanta button might get hit. ACARS just got a PDC. Vegas, Raider 2 departure. Squawk is. Contact for taxi. And, hey, it even chose the right airplane. And import a file. No, not import a file. Import from SimBrief. And it's got to think about it, and then it'll put the map over there, and that looks good. The map is good. We should try and make Volanta work. That way we could have a humiliating landing and Shift C. Now then, the big thing I want to do is see if those changes that I made to the sensitivities actually translated to this airplane. So before we jump in, let's go and hit the little control. Tim Dog is over at Charlie 5. We'll be right there. All right, so first of all, wind control, hardware settings, and -5, -5. That looks good. And let's do MFG crosswinds, hardware settings, and that's good too. All right, I think we're ready to go with that. Let's see. Let's come on down here and do airplane things. Import. We've got Vegas Tower, and that's it. Ground services. Toggle the jetway. Got a Frontier taxiing around behind us. Hi, Frontier. Ooh, what do they got on the tail? What is it? It's the shark. It's the shark. Here comes our jetway. Let's see if I can remember how to fly an Airbus. And nav lights, no smoking, emergency exits, and the airplane comes to life. AZ, oh, that's right. They don't just have the animals. That's right. They all have a name, right? And that one is Chopper. So the Frontier over there is Chopper the shark. The pushback tug got into place, but the airplane began moving. The tug vanished. Sometimes the tug gets a little bit. I think that that's a fun thing that they do. I'm glad that they do that. Smoke detector fault. If no livestock, aft isolate valve off. Oh, your tug is bashful. Get a little of integrated lighting there. That looks good. Clear this. And we'll do preconditioned air for now. Save a little bit of APU time here. Flight management guidance. Oh my gosh, we get to use the WinWing McDo. I gotta tell you, that was really brilliant that they came out with, McDo's that we could get that were not going to be like $1,000 or something. I really like having an actual McDo, on the desk like this. I might even get a second one now that they found the throttles. And United 441, Vegas to San Diego, 44 minutes en route time. And we got a load sheet. And let's do init. And the initting has begun. Let's see. Vegas ATIS information India is current. So still on the ones for departure. And knitting is done. So flight number. And that's now aboard. And up here, nav, nav, and nav. And crew supply of oxygen that we did the nav buttons. And cost index is going to be over here. Cost index on the pilot brief. So cost index is 8. And then we need to come down and get upper level winds, or cruise winds actually. Center has popped up. There's now full ATC. Uh-oh. All right, that means I need to be on my best behavior. And you know, you got to watch out. That LAX VOR may come popping up and hitting us anytime. Flightable 340. 340 cruise. And let's go and do some weights, but first, let's go to the Phoenix app, open cargo, mass and balance, load the airplane. How about 6 minutes load time? That'll work. We shouldn't be anywhere near that LAX VOR. Well, I'm sure by now it's probably got teleportation abilities and stuff, so it'll come and get us at any moment. Okay, zero fuel weight is 113.9. 113.9. Yes, this Airbus is in pounds. Toby had to sort out my mount, made it where it was a bit loose and it almost fell. Yeah, I am finding that the little mount that I've made for all of this, it loosens up just a little bit every now and then. So, you know, it does loosen up just a little bit. Zero fuel weight is 27.4 initially. 27.4. And plug that in. And let's go and get the numbers. Passengers are boarding. Pilot brief. Taxi fuel is 330 pounds. 15 minutes is 1 point. Alternate is 2.22. Final is 1.89. 2.189 actually. And that gives us 29 minutes of fuel, which is close enough. Fuel planning is groovy green. And let's do the F plan. So over here, Vegas, we are hoping for runway 01 right. 01 right. We're doing the radar to departure, and we exit the radar to departure at level. And insert, coming into San Diego, arrivals. I usually plan the RNAV Yankee, I believe, 27 right. We are coming in on Lucky 1. And we're coming in at level. And our VIA should be Lindy. That's installed. And we just had, let's see, I didn't read it fast enough. Somebody became a subscriber over on YouTube. Thank you. I didn't look up fast enough. Okay, all of this looks good. And the init page, let's go grab a couple of charts just because we're going to need them. So charts, Vegas, airport, and we're going to need airport parking. Okay, our departure, it's going to be the radar 2 RNAV departure, and so we need to get the procedures and check and see if there isn't a maximum climb clearance. Because if there is, we want this for 1 right. 1 right. And there is an initial climb clearance. And our initial climb clearance is flight level 190. So flight level 190. There we go. So we got that. Coming into San Diego, we've got our arrival already set as the lucky arrival. And lucky should put us out at Lindy, as in Charles Lindbergh. 5,000 feet at Lindy. And then the approach that we're planning is the RNAV Yankee. And we pick it up at Lindy. And that looks good. Airport charts, we need a parking chart, and now we can just go with starred stuff and everything is perfect. We're not going to grab the Zulu, we got the Yankee, and all of that is now aboard. Cool. "103 passengers are aboard." So we should have the final load sheet, and we do. Push-in starts on us. We got that from our clearance. So final 0 fuel weight is on 114.0. So 114.0, 114,000 pounds. The center of gravity is 27.4. That almost never changes. So all of that looks good. So 114.0, that's great. Let's go to performance, and start up the APU. Give it a second to breathe on this airplane. The A350, you can hit APU, you can hit the master switch, and then almost immediately after that, you can hit the start switch. The older Airbuses, the A319, 20, and 21, you got to wait like 5 seconds for the little flap to open. And then once that is, so this one always takes an extra little shot of time before it's ready to go. Close the cargo doors. There goes the cargo door closing. El Pikachu. Hi, El Pikachu. Happy Thursday, almost Friday, almost weekend. And that looks good. Let's go ahead and make sure the APU is up. Waiting for that. We are El Pikachu. We are in Las Vegas. We are heading to San Diego. We're taking a bunch of passengers that don't have a lot of money in their pocket anymore and probably are hungover. Ground power disconnect. Fuel pumps on. Fuel pumps are all on. I'm going to disconnect preconditioned air, ground power, and we'll remove the jetway. I know, that's what I like about this one and the smaller little Boeing and stuff like that. This one climbs really good. Chocks and cones can go over to my flights. And with the jetway going, we'll get GSX. Prepare for pushback on departure. United. Somebody should hum a little Rhapsody in Blue. All right, departure perf. Expecting 01 right. That's good. It's dry in Vegas, as it usually is. Here comes that. The altimeter is 3010. Altimeter's 3010. There we go. I haven't reset the camera yet for the autopilot, so that's why I'm not showing it at the moment. And send that to the McDo. Cleared to flight level 190. Flight level 190. That looks good. Vegas Towers 119.9. 119.9. We also got a squawk code. It would probably be a good idea to put that in.
left. Continue via Delta, drop 8 left.
4655. Oh, I didn't set it on this airplane. 4. Clear, clear. I had set the pedestal view up to have a second button push on another Airbus. Okay, that all looks good. And that looks good. Constraints are on. Seatbelts can go on. I think we're ready to go. Push and starts on us. We're going to go nose right, tail left. Anybody behind us? Nope. We're all clear. Let's go. Tim Dog is over at the other concourse, so that's who I know is flying with us. Beacon. Parking brakes. And away we go. Phoenix, and just a perfect polished company with aircraft. They're, I think, the probably best developer for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think their airplanes are very, very stable, really good airplanes, and I just enjoy them. Plus, I also like the buses too, especially for a flight, you know, in a busy air corridor.
Radio on Alpha, Jet Flight 1253.
Okay, ignition to start. And everything looks good, so starting engine number 1.
Jet Flight 1253, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff. 1 right, clear takeoff. Jet Flight 1253.
Paul's a 100% Airbus fan too. We should probably get an Airbus hat for this flight. I think that the 737 MAX was well done, and I think PMDG is an exceptionally close second to Phoenix. Engine start.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A319.
I'm a noob says to hydrate. Are you ready for your EFB update, Wobby?
Full length, never mind, whatever. Hold short, running 1 right at Alpha.
Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I'm a noob.
Everything here for Scott 100. Hold short, 1 right.
Paul, as somebody who started on, you know, the sub-logic flight simulator for Commodore 64, at that time I totally thought I'd died and gone to heaven. I really did. And now look at what we can do. I mean, we can fly with friends on VATSIM all over the world in airplanes that are absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm just absolutely amazing. So I'm blown away by what we can do. Well, in the game, I mean, if we're flying in a VATSIM event that's not very busy, Boeing's more fun because there's more buttons to push. There's more buttons to push on a Boeing. If I'm in Frankfurt Friday, I want this because I don't have to push as many buttons, except to do fixes. And I'm sure Airbus has a reason for us pushing so many extra buttons and fixes, but I don't know. Well, Wobby, it is getting better, I think. It's pretty exciting. Paul, it is a little confusing. Good start on engine number 1 and number 2. Tim Dog is already on the way out. I am right behind you, Tim Dog. Here we go. San Diego, here we come. Engine is available. Starter back to normal. And wait for the pack lights to go out. APU bleed off. APU off. And let's go and do our control checks.
West 100, contact Delhi spiral.
There we go. And trim's going to be up 1.2.
39, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff.
Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes. Armed. Auto brakes. Max. Let's go find ourselves a spot. Report in. Taxi light. Cabin call. Parking brakes. And away we go. Mr. Gray got game. Yes, we all, those of us that were around back then, you know, that's what you did. You spawned at Meg's. And if you were lucky, you could fly down to Champaign, Illinois. And then we thought we'd really died and gone to heaven. And we went to, we would go and do,
Legion 39, contact Delhi spiral.
when O'Hare came in. When O'Hare came in, we all thought it was the amazing thing in the world. Vegas Tower, hi there. United 441 is approaching spot 7 Alpha with information India requesting taxi.
United at 441, Las Vegas Tower, runway 1 right, taxi by Bravo, Delta, cross runway 8 left.
United 441, we are going to runway 8 right, 1 right via Bravo and Delta, but we're clear to cross at Bravo 1 for Delta 441, or Bravo, sorry. Did I get that right? We're clear to cross 8 right. We're going to runway 1 right. We're clear to cross... Shouldn't we be clear to cross 8 left? I totally confused myself. That Captain Snorlax is back in chat. Welcome, welcome. Okay, what are we doing? We're doing Bravo. That's the second one. I think I've gotten lost. Well, this is certainly not a Commodore 64 anymore, is it? You're going to try on Sunday. Do you know where you want to go yet, Paul? For your first VATSIM flight? Paul is going to do a first flight on VATSIM from Bristol to Dublin.
Southwest 538, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff.
Just take off runway 1 right, Southwest 538.
American 1522, continue taxi, crossing right 8 left.
The Sublogic flight simulator I had only had the area around Chicago. Then we got a little bit of another small area, but not much. Takeoff config check is green. Predictive wind shear is on. ECAM checklist is green and ready to go. I think you've got a good plan there. Bristol, Dublin, and then EGPH. EGPH.
Sir, I just sent it to you. That's the message you got from ACARS. That's your IFR clearance. Make sure you read it and comply with it.
Edinburgh, that's right. MK is doing SeaTac to Juneau on your PlayStation 5. Hey, I think that's great. What airplane are you flying on your flight to Juneau?
This is Southwest 2641. Clear the...
Have we done an Istanbul flight? Oh, we have. There's a really great Istanbul freeware airport that you can get over at flightsim.to, which is really, really good.
Angel 4.
Toby is doing a flight from Glasgow to Schiphol, stick and throttle.
You don't need to read that back on frequency. Southwest 538, contact departure off stand.
Over to departure, Southwest 538.
135.0.
American 1522, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff.
Here's the takeoff. 1 right, American 1522.
Las Vegas Tower, does that connect to this now?
There's the Pyramid Hotel.
When the 2641, if you read your IFR clearance, it's going to be at your discretion. Call me up with the spot number when you're ready for taxi.
Las Vegas Tower, red.
Bravo Delta cleared across 8 left. That's what it
Like I
was.
said, that's going to be at your discretion.
Bravo Delta, that's what we got. Yeah, we've got somebody new on frequency.
I'm so sorry, I'm kind of new to this. All discretion means I can just push that button.
No, that means you can just push back at your own discretion. Then you call me up and I believe you'll be a spot for there for taxi.
Okay, we're looking for taxiway Delta now. Which I believe...
1522, contact departure.
We'll go over to departure, American 1522. Thanks a lot for the help.
That's the next one after this. They're not labeled well here. I'm trying to not use tracking.
All aircraft due departure frequency Las Vegas departure 135.0.
Okay, anybody coming over here? Nobody's over there, and we're cleared across here. Since the new Istanbul airport, airplanes have been flying Lugbanes low behind your house, so you've got to see some really good airplanes, right? And you get to track them too. See, that's the cool part about living around an airport. It really is.
It'll be Delta and cross runway 8 left.
And that, like I said, there's a really good freeware available for Microsoft Flight Simulator at
Charlie 4, Bravo, Delta Cross,
but the other Istanbul airport, if I remember correctly, remains open, and that is become mostly a cargo airport, right? Sphinx Music has gigantified the Airbus emote.
You had 441, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff.
1 right, clear for takeoff, United 441. Strobes, landing lights ready to go, cabin call.
Las Vegas Tower, did you get my feedback?
Yes, sir. If I don't read it back, that means you're good and nothing was wrong with the readback.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Are we ready to go? Okay, it's gonna really look forward to figuring this out, see how it feels with the new settings. You also would like to live near Gatwick. New departure frequency, Tim Dog 135.0. Thank you. And landing lights, shall we depart? Throttles up about halfway. Engines are stable. Elapsed timer is rolling. And manual flex. SRS is set. Auto thrust is blue and up and away. Mountain Man is landing in Ontario in the MD-11 on VATSIM. How's your MD-11 flight going? I'm going to stay inside the cockpit for this one and try and fly this one mostly by hand going out. 100 knots. Sphere Vegas looks good. V1. Rotate. Positive climb gear. Gears going up.
United 441, contact Las Vegas departure now 135.0.
135.0 for United 441. Thanks so much. Happy almost weekend. Lever climb, thrust climb. Much greater control than I'm used to.
137, turn right, heading 240.
Right 240, Aircam 13.
AP. Vegas departure. Hi there. United 441 is passing 4,400. Direct Bessie.
United 441, Las Vegas departure, ready to contact.
Out we go. Flaps up. Speed brakes disarmed. After takeoff items. Looking good. And we made it. I definitely suggest if you feel like you're over controlling your airplane, change those sensitivities. I've changed the sensitivities on elevators, ailerons, and rudder to -5 on each of them. And it feels really good. Really nice. I'm really looking forward to doing this airplane on, see what we get for landing. Britt Bear lives near Gatwick, and you get to see the aircraft mostly departing. That's got to be kind of fun to sit there and, you know, just see the airplane depart. Oh, where's that one going?
Aircam 137, by any chance did you get the visual instead of ILS?
Hi, Havoy. Welcome aboard. Boulder's here, too. How did you start the MD-11? So the MD-11, you've got the APU and the APU bleed on, right? In the upper panel. Got to have at least those two going. Next.
3 miles northbound. The United 737, 9,000 descending for runway 1.
The next thing is your engine start sequence is 3, 1, and 2.
Yes, we have them in sight.
3, 1, and 2. So the first thing you do is below the throttles.
Follow
There's
the traffic
3
to 1 dot per
buttons.
visual,
Click the little amber button above the fuel cutoff. That's going to pull it up. If the light goes on, then that means the engine is starting. Come over here, look at the N2. A real-world MD-11 pilot waits until 18% on N2 and then turn on fuel. And that's how you do it, all 3 engines that way. Good evening, AH Mike. 10,000 feet landing lights. Nose light. Cabin call. And that looks good too. And we've got full ATC going into
Las Vegas approach. Advise you information India. And at Reno, clear ILS Zulu.
Tim Dog has a departure picture. I will grab that in just a sec. I shut it down on the arrival. And San Diego ATIS is up. Information Juliet. Landing and departing runway 27. Winds are variable at 3, so we're good. Out at radar.
United 124, maintain 170 knots or greater till 5 mile final, and contact Las Vegas Tower 119.9.
So far, so good. So flights out of Vegas, they probably have
117,
a special on Bloody Marys.
Woman 949 Airlux 117, see you.
Oh my gosh, so you didn't have any interest in the airplanes in the military, but now that you're kind of below them, you get to see them. And those are probably really nice. Well, I hope you get to go on an airplane
United
ride soon.
441, contact LA Center 126.52.
126.52 now for United 441. Thank you. Have a great almost weekend.
Ready for it.
126.52. $126,525. There's LA Center.
Delta 47, sorry, people on the frequency. Do you want pesos? Sorry, pesos for the hold?
Let me just pesos for the road, Delta 47, have you been?
Delta 470, Roger, stand by.
And altimeters.
Delta 535 to centimeter, or American 535 to centimeter, maintain level 2.
Reset.
This time maintain flight level 230, American 535.
LA Center, hi there. United 441 is 10 miles from Raider at flight level 190.
United 441 LA Center, climb, maintain level 340.
Flight level 340 now for United 441.
Delta 47 cleared to Pesos.
A hold?
At
Are we going to have a hold?
Correction.
No, there's no holds here.
Expect further clearance in 10 minutes.
This airplane is really good. Yep. Tim Dog, you got flight level 260. I'm guessing that maybe it's either a randomizer maybe from SimBrief or maybe the real world Southwest flights. Maybe the real world Southwest flights are flying at 260 and the real world other ones are flying higher.
Jet flight 1253, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57.
125.57. Secure jet flight 1253. LA Center.
So Tim, yeah, yours came from Love Cars. Okay, so yeah, that's based on a real Southwest flight, and you said you were flying a real Southwest route. So that, for sure. I imagine United does not do this route. It's just the last flight of the day, and by this time my brains are scrambled, and so I'm going to go with a call sign that I might actually remember. But yeah, you're flying closer. You're flying closer to reality than I am. Lorraine's flying an A320neo for your flight to Juneau. It is very good compatibility, and if you've got that's a good little airplane. Jeff was an aviation structural mechanic in the Navy. You worked on the E2C Hawkeyes and the Greyhounds. And when we were on a ship, you had F-14s, A6s. You had all sorts of airplanes. Big boy, I don't think they have A340. Oh, Southwest flights fly at flight level 340? Oh, I'm sure. Nothing wrong with being an aviation geek. Yeah, United doesn't do this flight. I just needed to be in the baby bus, and I needed a call sign that I would remember.
November 108 Alpha Tango, contact LA Center
25,000 feet, seatbelts can go off. And if you're new to flight sim, yes, the seatbelt signs work in this airplane. So there's the actual seatbelt sign light right there. If you go back into the cabin,
American 1522 LA
you
Center
can come back here and you can look up here and you see seatbelt light is on. So we'll come in here and hit the sign, go back in here and look at it. And you can see, yes, indeed, the seatbelt light is off. So they even modeled that in the airplane. I do like the old, yeah, this was my favorite.
Contact LA Center 133.2.
My favorite livery.
United 441, contact LA Center 133.2, please.
133.2 for United 441. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Southwest 2016, contact SoCal approach 128.05.
SoCal approach 128.05, Southwest 2016, good.
Southwest 2016,
133.2.
LA Center, CV code 45.
Yeah, this is I kind of like some of the older liveries that some of the airlines are doing. I don't think that they have this livery, and but they've got some other cool ones. The IRL flight filed for flight level 260, but it's delayed and is not departed yet. Uh-oh.
81 over there, 45 seconds.
LA Center, hi there. United 441 is almost overhead Doyle at flight level 270, climbing to flight level 340.
United 441, LA Center, welcome. Amend altitude, maintain flight level 320. That'll be your final.
Final tonight is flight level 320 now for United 441. Unit. And 320 is our final. And we're golden. Looking good.
LA Center, American 4260, leveled off.
So all sorts of ATC has popped on for our flight today. Looks like Salt Lake is up too. So Salt Lake has popped up. Boise, Jackson Hole, and the Bow Zone is up too. So there's all sorts of airports up here in the west. Hi, Leonard. Thanks for coming by tonight.
Good evening, Southwest 530.
I should say retro, but the old EasyJet, all white with the orange lettering. I think that's the livery that I kind of loaded up, that I downloaded. That's Tim Dog in Southwest 538. We just heard them getting set to descend on the lucky arrival.
LA Center, Southwest 3952, flight level 340.
Southwest 2962, LA Center, welcome. Skywest 100, are you able to accept a reroute? Limburg just went east stop. If not, you'll be the last guy. Get it, just let me know.
We can take a visual for runway 9 if that's what we need to do.
Okay, do you still want the lucky arrival, or are you able to switch to the other one that's for east stop?
Stand by for Skywest.
Uh-oh, they're doing reroutes.
Skywest 538, maintain flight level 260. I have a reroute for you, advisor, and you already copied.
They just switched.
So that's Southwest 538.
Correct.
Right, ready copy, Southwest 538.
Southwest 538, clear to the Limerick Airport. Proceed direct Bomar, Mike Oscar, Mike Alpha Romeo. Join the Top Gun 2 arrival. It's the Tango Oscar Papa Golf November 2 arrival.
Alright, so direct Momar, and then the Top Gun 2 arrival, Southwest 538.
Southwest 538, read back correct. Just let me know when you're ready to descend via.
Roger.
United 441, I have a reroute, advise when you're ready, copy.
United 441, ready to copy a reroute.
United 441, clear to the Limburg Airport as filed, except after level. Proceed direct to Trash, Tango Romeo Sierra Hotel. Join the Top Gun 2 arrival, Tango Oscar Papa Golf November 2 arrival.
United 441, we will continue on to level, and then we're going to be making some very trashy transitions into the Top Gun 2 arrival, and maybe a few jokes too for United 441.
Great, thank you, read back correct.
Ha ha, yep. Lots of trash on that one. We got to be talking trash on the rest of this flight.
Skywest 100.
All right, so after that, it's trash. Oh my gosh, this is great. So, all right, let's do ground charts are gone. Nope, we need that. What we need is arrivals. It's now the Top Gun 2 arrival, not on the lucky arrival. So here's Top Gun 2. And then that's the trash arrival. So, where's trash? Momar. There's trash over there.
Southwest 2962 descend via, or actually, not sure why they did. Okay, I'm gonna have to give you
TRRSH.
an arrival. Just advising ready to copy.
Okay, so it's TRRSH. Okay, that looks good.
2962 cleared to. Actually, you have the arrival loaded.
And then
up. You
what
have
we
the Hollywood arrival
need
just
is
after
we
you
need
switched,
instrument
you
approaches.
didn't have to
It's
fix that bit. It
now
looks like your direct
runway
switch on the right, so you
9.
have the Hollywood arrival loaded in your FMC.
So ILS Yankee, we're going to snag that one. And that's good. Okay, let's reprogram. So,
Okay, great. Thank you. Southwest 2962 descend via the
so
Hollywood
flight plan.
Ontario altimeter 2.
Level TRRSH. TRRSH after level.
Southwest 538 descend via the top
Insert.
country arrival limerick altimeter 2.
Now the arrival is now ILS will plan the Yankee.
Charlie Golf back up Kilo Zulu
We're gonna
Imperial altimeter
plan
2995.
Top Gun 2
Charlie Golf back up Kilo Zulu.
via trash.
LA Center, vision jet 4600, Mike Echo, 80 miles east of Boulder
There's
City.
true.
Flight level
No
25,
trash.
flight level 50.
November
And
469
insert.
Mike Echo, LA Center, welcome.
Okay. Now then, coming on in on this arrival,
American 1522, maintain 280 knots or greater.
maybe we should have had the Zulu. Let's be ready for that. Approach is 119.6. No, there's no big difference.
Do not exceed 280
All right.
knots.
Not exceed the twitch or not.
Back to the flight plan.
United 441 descend via the Top Gun 2 arrival, Limerick altimeter 2998.
2998 descending on the Top Gun 2 arrival for United 441. 2998. Okay, that looks good. Descend on the Top Gun arrival means Top Gun 2. And for this arrival
Guys, 100,
at
just before I head you
Tomcat,
off, just to make
it's
sure you go to the
6,000
arrival track.
feet.
Everything's all good to go.
6,000
Great, thank you.
feet.
Much appreciated.
Okay, that looks good. Now then, direct
Southwest 48, 41
to
LA Center. Great, thanks.
so direct trash. After trash, it should be shady, I think. Trash, shady, Deucert. After shady.
Sky was 100, contact SoCal approach 119.6, see ya.
Over to 119.6, Sky 100, see ya.
After shady.
LA Center, good afternoon. American 2777, level 340, 11 miles east of the Hippie waypoint.
American 2777, LA Center, welcome. I don't have a flight plan for you, just refile, please.
We'll go.
All right, that should be about as close as we can get.
2777,
Let's see, let's get the arrival put in.
2777, thank you, sir. Squawk, let's see, Squawk.
Let's see,
7050.
performance, phase. I'm forgetting different things we do
7050
on
is
the
the box.
airplanes.
American
The altimeter is 3010.
Vico 4522, descend via Hollywood 1 arrival, Ontario
The
altimeter
temperature
7, maintain Mach
is
0.81 or greater until the
21.
transition.
Man, we got busy all of a sudden fast. Winds are nothing at nothing.
T-Bird on airport, descend via Hollywood.
180. Config 3.
Southwest 4841, descend via the Angel 4 arrival, Ontario altimeter 299 or 7, maintain Mach 0.78
Config
or greater until the
3.
transition.
Minimums. We're not on the localizer 2.7 anymore. Minimums. Tim Dog, you got to direct Momar. They put me direct to trash before, so you're further along. That's probably why they did that.
Resume publish feed. Contact
Category
SoCal
1,
105.
260.
We'll resume publish speed and over to approach. American 1522.
November 9er, Mike Echo, contact Dolly Center 126.52. Goodbye.
22 miles to top of descent. There's trash, there's shady. After shady, it's Deucert. After Deucert, I think that looks like we're right on. 20 miles to top of descent. Whew. Let's see. Bog is back in chat. Hi, Bog. Welcome aboard. Are you flying in LA as well? We're going down to San Diego. And Imanud says that arrivals is going to be 119.6. Thank you. 119.6 is next for us. I wonder why they decided to switch runways. 119.6. Cool. Let's see. Bog is going. You're an American flight, San Diego for Denver. Happy landings in Denver. They switched to IRL.
2332, stand by.
Okay. Below. I think everything is set and ready. So they switched to IRL. Maybe visibility is going to tank or something like that.
Halt departure slot point. American 1950, turn right heading 270, maintain 5,000.
The only other time Tim Dog's been on this runway is when there's a hurricane or a tropical storm. I don't think there's anything like that right
American
now.
1950,
They
turn
switched
right
runways
270.
because the driveway would not work. Runway, driveway. Very nice. Thank you for reminding us to keep the jokes going. I assume that was a joke, right?
Delta 1210, runway 9, clear to land.
Eagle Eye just landed in Denver in the Phoenix A321
American
Frontier.
1950, turn right heading 2.
Eagle Eye, what cute animal did you have on the rudder of your Frontier flight? Minus 142 is really pretty good. That's a good landing rate. We saw the Shark airplane taxiing out from Vegas. So the airplane with the Shark on the rudder.
JetBlue 919, turn left heading 120.
Eagle Eye had Steve the Eagle, which is perfect for Eagle Eye. Just perfect for your flight.
Down to 2000, cleared ILS 9, JetBlue 9.
Mr. Jazz, we've got the jazz and the jokes going. There's trash. 3 miles to top of descent. Press the button.
Look out first, good evening, Southwest 538, flight level 184, descending on Top Gun 2 Kilo.
Southwest 538, good evening, expect ILS runway 9, Limburg altimeters 2998.
Oh, except I was doing that.
I got you, thank you. South 2962, resume publish speed, contact SoCal, Perch 128.05, goodbye.
It's visibility, variable and 100, so it's a visibility.
Yeah. American 1460, frequency change approved.
Over to Unicorn 1460, have a good night.
Yeah, Qantas 4 LA Center.
Qantas, somebody came in from Australia or is departing to go to Australia. Boy, is that a long flight. I'm glad that I don't have a long flight like that ahead of me. Winds are only 3 knots, but visibility is 1/2 statute mile. So they probably did that because they needed the ILS as opposed to an RNAV. And I'm guessing that the minimums aren't going to work for the other one. How do we pick flights? So we generally start the day with a VATSIM event. There are a couple of events that we do on a fairly regular basis, like Frankfurt Friday and Vectors to Copenhagen, because they're busy. We will pick different airports going in and out, but We kind of do Frankfurt on a Friday and Copenhagen on a Monday because those are really big events. Then for Friday night, we'll do Friday night ops, then Saturday night ops, which is usually our third flight. I don't book, put something down for every one of our 3 flights a day so that
American 2777, maintain Mach 1.
we can do different things.
We'll maintain Mach 8.1 or greater, American 2777.
And now we're at Shady, and then Dusert. And our descent is perfect. And it should be a thrust idle descent all the way down. Then we've got Trixie and Top Gun, and in we go. So there's our arrival. We go out at Tomcat heading 270 degrees, vectors into the ILS, and away we go. Company message. United Hops. No ADC required. Tim Dog, yeah, the runway 27's a pretty cool approach. There's a really neat.
2120 LA Center, welcome. Do not exceed 280 knots and climb via state extend maintain flight level 280.
You know, that's a good way to start when you're getting started on VATSIM and started in flight simming is go with what you know. You know? AMG has landed with a -190. That is a very respectable landing rate, and that requires some beer chairs. So my guess is we've got the cool Pacific, not a lot of wind, things probably getting warm in the southwestern desert. So those two things are kind of colliding with San Diego in the middle, and we got no
Just
visibility.
to verify that was for American 2777, correct?
$25,000 feet. Seatbelts going back on. Seatbelts are on. Passengers settling down to land. This was a relatively quick flight. If you're new to flight sim and kind of wondering why aren't there people in here?
Want to verify that last
If you put people in a flight simulator like this, then the computer has to draw each passenger, and that makes it work harder. So the airplane is still loaded, and if you look over here,
and we'll maintain
we have got
until the transition.
We've got 103 people back in the cabin, and we've got 3,400 pounds of cargo, bags and cargo here. So the airplane is loaded. It just doesn't the computer doesn't draw that, so that the computer doesn't have to work as hard, and that's what that's all about. There are some apps where you can have it put people in the cabin. I generally don't mess with that too much. Tim Dog used to do Google Map and fly to at least one airport in each state. That's a neat idea. Passing Dusert. We got 119.6 all ready to go. There is no tower. Leonard wants to do an Australia event tomorrow. Adelaide to Perth. The thing is flying around Australia, that's actually really, really big. People don't realize just how big Australia really is, and the distance between all of those, all the cities in Australia. Certainly makes you glad that we live in the age of air conditioning. I would not have wanted to fly to do a train trip across Australia in the summertime before there was air conditioning. Carl is far from Phoenix, MCO in an A321.
Yeah, 441 contact SoCal approach 119.6. Goodbye.
119 accord 6 for United 441. Thank you. Good weekend.
You as well. See ya.
Subscriber confirmed.
11906.
Top clearance granted.
Kofer
agent.
has done a resub.
Loyalty noted.
7 months now. Thanks, Kofer. Welcome in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And as I always say, thank you for helping me to keep this going. Really nice of you. Thank you, Kofer.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
SoCal approach, hi there. United 441's overhead due cert, descending on the Top Gun arrival with information Kila. Hi, Dusty. .6. Zurzar has a cat asleep. Well, we wouldn't want to disturb the cat, so we'll make sure it's a nice landing.
JetBlue 919, taxi to the ramp via Bravo.
Probably somebody who's really busy.
United 441, SoCal, good afternoon. Information Kilo's current altimeter 2988. Expect the ILS runway 9.
Expecting the ILS runway 92988 on the altimeter for United 441.
Southwest 2332, contact Los Angeles Center 133.2. Good night.
2998. Cat appreciates HL landing. Dusty did a resub in the middle of all that. Thanks, Dusty. Dusty has been here for 30 months. That is a lot of months, Dusty. And thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Thank you for everything that you do to help me keep this silly stuff going. Yeah, I think that's the way it was too. I looked over and saw the actual ATIS is 2998. So
100 to the main.
I'm just really glad to know that I'm not the only one that mixes up numbers like that, which I have been known to do that. Thank you for the jet fuel, Dusty. Always try to keep them fun. It's going to be a nice sunset arrival here. First flight tomorrow, Frankfurt to Paris in the MD-11. No fear. Altimeters. $2998. There's the captains.
Whoever's calling SoCal approach, you're so weak it's unreadable. Keep you speak up and see if we can hear you.
And the co-pilots, and we'll just continue our descent like we know what we're doing. I have not watched that, no. I haven't seen Night Manager. Yep, they just get, you know, they get a little bit brain frazzled too. I'm surprised it doesn't happen a lot more. I'm not kidding. Tim Dog says it is a sea of fog.
And aircraft calling for push. City call sign one more time, please.
A sea of fog.
Victor 9 or 6, push in the alleyways, your discretion. If you need to push on the Bravo, let me know. And what airline, what's your call sign? I really can't have a hard time here, sir. Please say again.
VNKT 906 radio check.
All right, say your call sign one more time. Just not the number, just the air. Is it the airline? Yeah, who are you? Oh, Virgin. Okay.
VNKT 906.
Let the Virgin jokes begin. Hi, Super Echo Storm. You've been sick. Oh my gosh. Chest cold? Hope it is. There's been a flu that's been going around that seems to take about 3 weeks for people to knock out. Do you use Flight Simulator when I'm not live? Every now and then, Bengals. If there's something I need to learn, if there's a new airplane that I need to learn, yeah. If I wake up and I'm in a really, really bad mood, you know, or something, I will fire up the sim and just do a simple flight and usually come on back here and, you know, just have this as a view outside and get some coffee. I mean, you know, we all wake up on the wrong side of the bed sometimes, so that's usually how I kind of like, okay, it's not so bad. But yeah, other than that, I just fly on the sim with
Thank
you.
Virgin 96 Heavy.
Look at all of the fog up ahead.
Departure, break American 1950 taxi ramp via Bravo. Welcome to
Mandalorian likes flying into
100,
Juneau.
right, 300.
It is. It's just relaxing, Roddy. You know, can't get in a real airplane and go 35,000 feet and unplug. So Martel's calling it a night tonight. Good night, Martel. Have a great night. Hope it's good where you are and you're almost ready for a fun weekend. See you tomorrow in Frankfurt. No fear.
Virgin 96, sir. Once again, you're very weak. Put the mic next to your mouth and talk louder, please. I really have a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
Talking on the radio is
Virgin 96, push on the Bravo's approved.
really hard.
Push on the Bravo, approved, expect runway 9, Virgin 96.
Virgin 96, that was perfect. Thank you.
This is not the arrival.
New recruit detected.
After
Welcome
Trixie.
aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
SkyWest 100, turn right heading 360.
We're not on the right arrival. TOPGN. I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Something did not clear out after Top Gun. ISEMN.
SkyWest 100, turn right heading 060,
Zip.
maintaining 2,000 till established for localizer, cleared ILS runway.
C.
2,000 till established,
I.
cleared ILS runway 9 for...
Zip.
Thank you.
TMCAT. Okay. Tomcat is 6,000 feet.
SkyWest 100, you didn't start the turn, so it looks like you're going to go through the localizer. If necessary, continue right turn to heading about 110 to joiner 120 if you need it.
Weird, plane caught the localizer. Alright, I'll make the turn to catch the localizer for Kathmandu.
Well, if it's got it, don't worry about it. It looked like you're just doing a good job. Don't just you're fine.
Hey, I know these E-jets are still experimental on the sim, but doing alright so far.
Looks great, SkyWest 100, runway 9, wind variable 3, clear to land.
Runway 9 clear to land, Kathmandu.
All right, now then. Okay, that'll take care of that for us right there. Let's go and look at what we have for the
United
arrival.
441, I disregard. Southwest.
Sarges
Turn right heading 270.
and Gatto. SARGS.
United 441, turn right heading 250, and then maintain 6,000.
Right turn 250, descend and maintain 6,000 now for United 441. 250. Just checking United 441. That's a right turn to 250.
Yes, sir. Right 10, 250, descend and maintain 6,000. 441.
United 441. Right turn 250, descend and maintain 6,000. Thank you. Well, we fixed it and we changed it. Okay, cool. Something was off. Vectors, that means a faster arrival though. Okay. Let's do performance, approach phase, and arrival. We're good. Alake, welcome back in. We are flying we took off from Vegas. We're going to San Diego. Tim Dog just flew past the downtown area. Yeah, I mean, there's like no visibility at all. Hey, Mike on the radio. Yeah, there's no visibility, Mike. And they just flipped the runways on us, you know, after we took off. So this is unusual. We don't usually do this arrival.
Lindbergh altimeter 298, and you'll have to make a 180 there sir, to get back to Bravo, intersection Bravo 10 there at the end.
It's raining and cool weather for Roddy. JSG Droid saying hello again. Did I miss you earlier, JSG Droid? Hey, good to see ya. Hope you had a good week. Things are pretty foggy in San Diego right now. Hope it's nice where you are. Mike says anytime the ceiling gets below 800 feet, they go east regardless of the wind because it's the only precision approach. I know, yeah, we just got to divert. We've got to divert.
That was 100. Thank you very much, sir.
JSG Droid, I hope it has been a good week for you. It's been okay here. It's been getting a little bit chilly today.
United 441, turn right heading 270.
Continue the right turn to 270, United 441.
Southwest 538.
So far, so good.
Right 360, Southwest 538.
And I see absolutely nothing but a sea of foggy clouds here. Three to 6 inches of snow for Jeff the Hawk tomorrow. We're putting that ILS to work. Definitely soupy.
Virgin 96, Roger. You're at intersection. That's okay with you. Southwest 538, turn right, heading 060, maintain 2000, go southeast, localizer cleared, ILS runway 9.
JSG Droid says, oh no, in Orange County it is sunny and the temperature is 70 degrees.
Yeah, give me a little late turn, sir, but if it works,
with a nice little breeze. It's always sunny and 70 in Orange County.
Virgin 96 heavy, runway 9.
Jeff was stationed at Naval Air Station Miramar outside of San Diego. That means that Jeff the Hawkeye guy knows the trivia that the volleyball that played Wilson in Castaway was also the same volleyball that appeared in the movie Top Gun. Mike says it was beautiful in 75 when I was in downtown San Diego earlier. Hey, the fog can move in awfully quickly. I mean, fog can be a really quick mover. It can be a very quick mover. San Diego's tough, low visibility. You've been crashing. Inquiring minds, has it been a hard flight? Fun flight. Jeff the Hawk was there when Top Gun was being filmed, and you had strict orders to stay away from the movie people. I'd imagine so. Geeky, probably going to wrap up after this. We've got Frankfurt Friday to get us started tomorrow. I have not seen the second movie yet. I haven't seen that one. I'm kind of behind on movies for now.
Virgin 96, are you going to take off, sir?
There's snow on the ground. Lorian is into Juneau right now. Kim Young has been here too. You've been here since the start.
Take off 2 minutes ago. You got to move or you got to get off the runway.
Don't see a thing. There's a city down there. San Diego's down there. Can't see it all.
United 441, descend and maintain 5,000.
Was that 5,000 for United 441?
Yes, sir. United 441, descend and maintain 5,000.
5,000 now for United 441. I'm going to slow down just a little bit. Yeah, did you hear that one? You're going to have to take off.
441, maintain 210 knots.
Maintaining 210 knots now for United 441.
Skywest 100, continue left turn heading 280.
Wait, Skywest 100.
Did we do the crossfire? I did not. I was not flying last night. I did not fly it last night. I had everything turned off. Well, I had some music playing in the other computer, and
96 radar contact. The altitude.
Altitude. Flaps 1.
Thank you.
Well, inquiring mind, it just takes some time to learn. Give yourself time. This is not something that you can spend 10 minutes learning and then just immediately jump right in. So definitely give yourself time to, learn and get comfortable with this. Nobody says you have to, jump into Flight Sim and do it tomorrow.
Virgin 96, roger. Time unrestricted, maintain 15,000. Skywest 100, descend, maintain 3,000.
Subscriber
JSG Droid is
Top
back with a nice
clearance
resub. Hey, JSG
Loyalty
Droid, thanks for coming back in with a resub. Hope it's been a good week. Your first flight tomorrow.
Limburg information, leave us now current. Wind
Frankfurt
2004,
to
visibility
Paris is our
1/4
first
mile.
one. MD-11ing.
RVRs
Thank you for a
3,500,
tier 3
variable
sub.
7,000
That's like a
fog.
sub, to the
300
10th
broken,
power.
temperature 160.15,
Huge. Thank you for
altimeter
huge
299.
support. Thanks for being here for 40 months. San Diego ATIS.
United 441, descend to maintain 4,000.
Now 4,000 feet for United 441. Lima's aboard.
Thank you. Skywest 100, turn left heading 210.
210, Skywest 100.
It's a double VATSIM event too, by the way, JSG Droid. Frankfurt into Paris. Well, I mean, I'm just, I just pulled a number out of my frazzled little mind here. Greetings, DMK. Happy weekend. I know it's only Thursday, but we can get into weekend mode right now, right? We can get into weekend mode. I also, earlier, JSG Droid, I changed sensitivities on my side stick and my rudder pedals. They're all now -5, elevators, ailerons, and rudder. I'm really hoping that that's going to help me with the over-controlling that I do.
Southwest 538, thank you very much. Taxi to Rampage Bravo. Have a good night.
Rampage Bravo, Southwest 538, you too, thanks.
You're going to be
441, just to maintain 3,000.
3,000 now for United 441. Both of those events start at 1900 Zulu, JSG Droid, so I'll be kind of going in semi-slow mode, to get started. But yeah, I hope it works out that you can come and join us. Are you going to miss the start of training season in San Diego? Very probably, Ditch Doctor. Welcome on in. Tim Dog, I heard the runway at about 350 feet. Remember, minimums are 200 on the ILS, so you had about 150 feet before it was Category 3 or divert.
You're welcome. Good day.
I got glide slope and localizer. We're in pretty tight here. Look at the sea of fog. You need to be in bed in 45 minutes to get up. A quick meal and sleepy time. No kidding. Good luck with all that. I've actually started, for the first time in years, sleeping a little bit better. I can't understand why. Maybe it's all of those episodes of Doctor Who that I've been watching.
441 traffic at your 3 o'clock position in 5 miles of SkyWest E175, 1,000 people
United 441, can't see a thing because of the fog, but we do have a target on TCAS that fits that description.
West 100, turn left heading 120, gun localizer, main cleared ILS runway 9.
Roddy likes it when it's orange and foggy like this.
United 441, turn, disregard. 441, I've turned 46.
We're good at disregarding United 441. Yep, we're really good at disregarding.
United 441, turn right, proceed direct SARG, cross SARG at or above 2,000, cleared ILS runway 9.
Right turn direct to Sarges, maintain 2000, cleared for the ILS runway 9, United 441.
United 441, yes sir, runway 9, winds variable at 4. RVR is 3,000, variable 6,000, runway 9, clear to land.
Runway 9, clear to land. Soupy on the landing for United 441.
2,500.
Had a fresh sky was 100. I'm not sure if you cleared me, but clear to land. Runway
Yes sir, Skywest 9, same for you, runway 9, clear to land.
Runway 9 clear to land, Skywest 100. Second time to charm.
Good luck, we're all counting on you.
Hey, that's the first time I think I've ever heard ATC say, good luck, we're all counting on you. A Dr. Rumack comment from ATC was great. That was fun. I used to sleep with the TV on to keep my mind from racing, retrain my mind, proper nutrition, and magnesium supplements to do the trick. No kid, magnesium? No kidding. And flaps 2, we're going to make it a flaps 3 landing. So I am trying to, change eating just a little bit, but yeah, magnesium supplements. Got an airplane 10 miles ahead of us, so we got good separation.
Subscriber
that
confirmed.
looks good. Leonard
Top
just gifted
clearance
some subs to the
granted.
community. Wow,
Loyalty
Leonard, that was
noted.
really nice of you. Thank you for some extra support and really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Cabin signs are good. Landing lights, we are clear to land. Bing, bang, that looks good. Leonard, thank you for gifting some subs to the community. Super nice of you. Thank you for helping me to keep the number of subs where they are. It really does help out a lot. I say landing gear. That might be a good thing. Wheels coming on down. The excitement is beginning. And all of that looks good. Ditch Doctor's back. You might just catch the trainee as he goes online. Oh, really? Okay. Will be if a trainee's coming on to VATSIM. All right, time to be nice. Always like to be good to trainees. Tim Dog does a combo of melatonin, a really big word, and Olimide to help you sleep. That's why it is that I'm not a doctor. You got to be able to pronounce these things, and I don't think I could do that. At least not convincingly. Unless they put it in the prompter.
Good evening, Southwest 3207, Singapore, the Top Gun to arrival, passing through 17,300.
Southwest 3207, SoCal, good afternoon.
San Diego Towers 118.3. That must be the trainee coming on.
Alright, we got Lima on board, 299er 7, and we'll expect runway 9, Southwest 3207.
Thank you very much, Leonard. The key to an approach like this is to configure a little early. Yes, Tim Dog, that's a great way to put it, Tim Dog. You don't want to end up behind the airplane. Okay, everything looks good.
Skywest 100, right turn label, back to the ramp via Bravo, good night.
Right turn label and over to Bravo, 6100, thanks.
Okay, gear down 3 green, just waiting for final speed, and I do that at 5 miles. Unless they tell me to do something else. Coming up on the glide slope, I see nothing that looks like an airport or a city. Nope, don't see a thing. Here is our final plunge into the fog. It was a dark and foggy afternoon in San Diego. And speed for landing, and full lapser 3. Seeing stars. I guess if I armed my other ILS, but I want to try my
Sky West 100,
controls.
you can monitor tower. He's open now on 118.3.
Amazing ATC, and we'll monitor tower now for Skywest 100. See it.
Take care. Attention all aircraft, Lindbergh Tower is now open on 118.3. Everybody go talk to them except for United 441. You're still with me, clear to land.
United 441, clear to land. We'll stay with you.
1,000.
Okay, clear to land. Taxi lights on. Taxi lights are on. Looking for the airport. I got the ground. I have ground off to the left. I don't see runway lights. Looking for the runway. Now there's like a little hill here, isn't there? There's a little hill and then it levels out on the side. I've got a runway light. Autopilot.
Minimum.
Landing. Reverse.
United 441, right turn when able, contact Lindbergh Tower 118.3 for taxi. Good night.
Right when able, exiting now over to tower for United 441. Thanks for the foggy approach. Have a good weekend. Somebody just did a follow over on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, airplane stable and tower. And lights. Lindbergh Tower, hi there. United 441 just exiting runway 9. Parking tonight is down at Terminal 2 West.
United 441 Lindbergh Tower, welcome. Parking is Rob.
Via Bravo for United 441. Thanks. All right, that one felt really good. I really like the additional control that I had. How bad was the landing? Oh my gosh, really? It felt so much better than that. 414, minus 414, 1.03 Gs. Man, I don't know. Mr. Jazz, it was a nice foggy landing. No infamous PTU noises. Well, the thing is technically you can't hear the PTU in the cockpit. Now, they used to have settings in some of the sims where you could check an option box so that you would hear the dogs bark in the cockpit, but traditionally you can't really hear the dogs barking in the cockpit of the Airbuses. So low-vis landings are fun, aren't they, Lofter? They really are. I actually like them like that. Bunch of well-off military veterans complaining about airport noise. Sometimes voluntary gets ridiculous landing rates. Oh, Volanta, it does, Mike. Volanta has absolutely ridiculous landing rates. But we didn't scratch the paint. We weren't above 600, so the engineering people, the engineers are not going to yell at us because they had to inspect the gear on a hard landing. But that was a nice flight. No tailbones were broken on the landing. No. First flight tomorrow is the big old MD-11, though. We're back in a lofty cargo flight for Frankfurt to Paris. This is a total leveled up type of a flight, so be ready for a flight like that. And we're coming down to Terminal 2. This was the last time I heard that's where United parked here in San Diego. And it's that round thing over there. I don't think that that's probably exactly what the pilots was. Yeah, where are we parking? Oh, over by that round thing over there. We taxied past Tim Dog. There's a Southwest tail over there and an American tail. There's also some Southwest over here, maybe. Yeah, we think you were back by that American Airlines. I was on the end of the first circular. Yeah, they've actually got 3 of these things that are round. They've got the 2 rounders here, and that's for Southwest, and then sort of a rounder 2 over here where we're going. You were on the other one, so you were, and the rounders are all Southwest, right? Those the rounders where you are, that's all of Southwest here in San Diego. That's gate 39. Gate 39. Gate 39. Nope. And there we go. That should be a gate for us. We should have all sorts of people waiting for us now. I need to do that a little sooner. Jeff the Hawkeye, hope to see you tomorrow. Our departure time is, as usual, the normal time, which is 1800 Zulu. And we'll look forward to seeing you then. Well, that's gate 39. I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody ready to guide us into gate 39. It was a good flight. This was a nice one. So thanks, Jeff. We'll see you. Your brother in Brazil and everybody else. Have a really good evening, Jeff. Thanks for coming by. Let's just call it right there. Oh, there was somebody who showed up. Somebody did show up. There they are. I didn't see her anywhere. Okay, nose light off. And we got the APU up and running. So engine number 1 and engine number 2. Let's come on down here. Turn off the transponder. I always like to reset the rudder trim. That's just a nice thing to do. Fuel pumps can go off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And up here, 3, 2, and 1 for the ADIRS. Crew supply of oxygen. By now, the beacon and all of that can go. And then we'll go to GSX again and request deboarding. And deboarding is going to take care of everything here. Let's do... we do need to open our own cargo doors and request a GPU. And I think we made it on a really foggy arrival. This was really pretty fun. But yeah, thank you for coming on in today. Yep, this is going to wrap it up. We got a little weather system. It's starting to get late here. So I'm going to call it a night on this flight, and I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow. Tim Dog has the special livery. I didn't see that where you put it, Tim Dog. I went to Chit Chat. Maybe it was clips. I just didn't see where you put it in. Screenshots, probably. I just didn't go down far enough. You just didn't go down far enough for that. Oh, okay, yeah. Tim Dog had this livery. So it was the California Bear livery. There it is. I just didn't go down far enough when I had time to check. These are really cool. Southwest has some really great liveries for the different states. And so, yeah, great California Bear livery and stuff. So, well, I'd say we survived it. Tomorrow, again, we are, where's that button? 1, 2, 3, 4. So tomorrow, Frankfurt to Paris. We flipped it a little bit if you were looking earlier in the day. We are doing Frankfurt to Paris. We'll have some spy ATC waiting for us on our departure going out of Frankfurt. So that should be nice. Then we've also got Atlanta. There's a VATSIM event, so we'll depart out of Atlanta and figure out some place to go on that flight. And I'm looking forward to doing that one for sure, too. And then we'll probably need a flight in the middle of all of that. But as usual, we'll just kind of figure out what's going on with that and go from there. In the meantime, there was a couple of nice gift subs today. Thank you for the continued support. Really do appreciate the extra and support and helping me to keep everything going here at Spyflight. Again, the way the world is, thank you for helping me to keep this going. I think Paro is doing some live streaming right now. Little word of caution about Paro. Paro is not a hedgehog. So if you're going to do Sonic jokes and stuff like that, Tim Dog, yeah, usually what we do is we figure out that, oh, there's a VATSIM event at 2300 Zulu or something like that. So we usually find a place to fly out of to arrive at the VATSIM event, and then we take off and go. So that's probably what we'll end up doing as we usually do. So thank you for coming in. I'm a noob. Thank you for being here today. I hope you are doing really good. Thank you for stopping by the Spy Flight. I know that some of you are new on YouTube. Thank you for being new on YouTube. If you just became a channel member, which I know a few of you did today, check over on the YouTube channel first thing tomorrow morning. Maybe not first thing, depending upon where you live, but a couple of 2 or 3 hours before the live stream, look for a special members-only video that I'll pop in for you over there about our first flight. And some of the weather and a little bit of info about the other flights too. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to cut it there and stop rambling. Thank you for coming in today. I hope you're having a really, really good Thursday and you're ready for the weekend. See you tomorrow. Thanks for being such great flight sim friends. Till tomorrow, stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers. Good night.